Good morning. Good morning. Members will please take your seats. Mr. Clerk, will you please ring the bell? We're going to have the morning roll call. All members present will please vote green to signify their presence in the chamber, and the clerk will unlock the machines. We'll get you. Have all members voted? Good morning, Mr. Leader. Leader Beverly, how are you doing? Good. Have all members voted? Now all members are voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. Doorkeepers, will you please close the doors and keep them closed? As is our custom, we will begin our day with scripture reading and prayer by the chaplain, after which we will pledge allegiance to the flag of our country. Our chaplain this morning will be introduced by the gentleman from the 139th District, Representative Chairman Richard Smith. Chairman Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, it's always scary when your pastor comes and you see this line of people lining up to talk to him. You don't know what they're going to say, but you got a pretty good idea. Dr. Jimmy Elder has been the pastor of First Baptist Church in Columbus for 20 years this August, I think. They sent him down there because they knew there was somebody down there that needed a lot of help. Amen, I understand. I always call Dr. Elder Jimmy, because we have a fantastic relationship, and it has grown over those 20 years. There have been some really good times, like the Mercer School of Medicine that we were deeply involved in, and he was as integral in that process as anybody. There have been some sad times. He did provide the services for my grandson when he was buried. But he also did the dedication of my great-granddaughter. And he also did he did a dedication when my granddaughter got married. So we've had some wonderful experiences together. So he's, not only is he my pastor, he's my friend, and he's one of those individuals that I hope each one of you get the opportunity to have in your life a mentor. I've got him by a few years, but that's okay. He is a tremendous mentor, and I really look and really need his advice. Jim is a graduate of Mercer. He also is a graduate of the Southern Baptist Theological Seminary and Princeton Theological Seminary. But he's just a great individual, and I love him, and all my family love him. Jimmy Elder.
you, sir.
Thanks for being here, Joe.
Thank you. Oh, I'm so honored to be here. Speaker Burns, Chairman Smith, members of the Georgia House of Representatives, staff, and friends in the gallery, I'm honored to be a part of beginning your day today. It's a great day. The Lord has created it and given it to us, so we will rejoice and be glad in what the Lord does here. Our community of Columbus, Georgia is grateful for all that you do. We feel the impact of the decisions that you make. And I'm grateful for our delegation. We have a wonderful delegation here. And I'm particularly grateful for Chairman Richard Smith. Richard and I have been friends for a long, long time. And I'll tell you something. I know him when he's not in the gallery and when he's not in the office or at the chairman's desk. I know him as an individual whom I respect and love and appreciate. He's as good a man off the record as he is on the record, and I love him dearly. Thank you, my friend. Almost 20 years ago, I made a deep and abiding commitment to be a better steward of my body and the life that God has given to me. And to that end, I started going to the YMCA every morning at 5:20. Yeah. I'd work out, dress, and leave about 7:20. This was an important time of exercise and reflection, of fellowship and accomplishment for me. Well, Monday was a week ago. I arrived at 5:20. I put on my bike shoes and I participated in an RPM class. That's a spinning class, most of you probably know. That's a class where you actually sit on a stationary bike with a most enthusiastic and demanding instructor who has a voice that carries all the way to Atlanta, I can promise you. Very strongly coaching, maybe interpreted as yelling at us, and telling us to pedal and stand and sit and sweat for 45 minutes when we ride the equivalent of about 10 to 12 miles. It can be brutal. But it's one of those things that you do because it feels so good when you stop doing it. I always walk out of spin class with a little bit of a swagger, some sweat on my brow. And I kind of walk past all the other people that did not brave spin class that morning and give them that nod like, I just did this. And so I return to the locker room, I shower, I dress for the day. What a way to begin a day. A little self-pride, not a lot of self-pride, kind of creeps into that moment. On this past Monday, though, my Apple Watch, which tracks my athletic activities, buzzed. I looked at the health app and it read, "Congratulations, you've accomplished all your goals for today." It was 6:15 in the morning. I'd accomplished everything that I had set as a goal for exercise for the whole day. Now, the fact is, it's based on an algorithm that Apple does. I don't understand it all, but it takes your daily activities, it averages it, figures out what your goals must be. And so I stopped in the middle of the locker room and looked at my watch again just to make sure it was right. At first, I kind of felt proud. I had accomplished that. Then I felt mortified. I was ashamed that my daily goal was something that could be accomplished so quickly, so early in the day. My goal wasn't set high enough, evidently, and I felt a little bit lost. Like Alexander the Great, there were no other worlds to conquer, at least for that day. I remember the words of my dad, a minister, who helped me write a prayer that I had to deliver at the morning devotion at Rockdale County High School when I was growing up. And what Dad said is, I said, "Dad, what do I put in that prayer?" He said, "One thing to say is, Lord, please help me to set my goals high enough to be a challenge, but low enough to be reached." Now, I understand not setting impossible goals, but I do need to know that my goals are high enough that I'll be stretched to the limit and actually make bold efforts to do something that truly matters, something that is sacrificial, something that reaches beyond the boundaries of expectation, that tests the limits of my ability. No pain, no gain. I've always been one of those who believe that you should dream impossible dreams and work with all of your might to accomplish them. I remember the words of John Kennedy in an address to the crowd at Rice University. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do other things, not because they're easy, but because they're hard. His campaign song was High Hopes. Yet today we live in a world that tempts us to play it safe, compromise our dreams, even our values, and not take chances. We're drawn towards safe things, while nothing has ever been accomplished by playing it safe. It takes bold dreams to represent people, an uncompromising spirit to take on challenges of the day, the ability to dream the impossible and to work to make the impossible possible, and a steadfast faith in the limitless opportunities that lie before us. That's what it takes. We have people in our wonderful state who've gone beyond what anyone ever thought any human being could do. They've invented, they've developed, they've led, strengthened, built, achieved, created, and accomplished more than anyone would had they played it safe. We knew we were not finished for the day by 6:15 in the morning. What we have done is only a prelude to what we will do next. In a world that gives trophies to everyone and is loath to acknowledge superior accomplishment, we have the opportunity to be a chamber that sets the example for big dreams, amazing accomplishments, humble service, and in inspiring others to do their very best. And you do. You are examples for people, young people in this state. You are the people who lead the way in innovation and hope. Never set your goals so low that you finish too early in the day. As individuals who represent the people of Georgia, we are depending upon you. I, as a citizen, am depending upon you to be bold and never allow the pressures, fears, hesitation to hamper your mission to take our state to where it's never gone before, in quality of life for all citizens and prosperity for everyone. God blesses the bold spirit of one who trusts in Him and uses gifts and opportunities He's given him. He wants you and me to do the right, needful, and important things, not because they're easy, but because they're hard. Jeremiah 32:17 says, "Ah, Lord God, it is you who have made the heavens and the earth by your great power and by your outstretched arm. Nothing is too hard for you." Knowing that, we should never set our sights too low. If you have something you really believe in, something that needs to be done for the good of the people, something that has strong moral and ethical base, go for it boldly. Make sure it's part of your commitment. The Apostle Paul said, "Forgetting the things that are behind and reaching forth to the things that are before, I press on toward the mark of the prize of the call of God in Christ Jesus." You have a high calling. Match it with high expectations. Robert Frost said, "Freedom lies in being bold." As for me, I'm resetting this Apple Watch. And I pray that you'll find the next bold, hard, important thing that you're called to do for the people of Georgia. I am cheering you on toward greatness, an unbelievable accomplishment. I believe in you. I appreciate you. I genuinely love you and what you do. May God bless you. Amen. Will you pray with me? Spirit of God, as we gather in this place, you are the God of all of us. You embrace us with your grace and your love. You give to us the ability to share our breath one with another because it all comes from you. May we see each other through eyes of equality, through hearts of love, and have a bold spirit to do the right thing always, uncompromising, because we answer ultimately to you. Thank you for each one who serves. In your name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
there. Doorkeepers will unlock the doors. Members may join Brother Jimmy in the South Anteroom. Brother Jimmy, do you have something in rules? Evidently, those accolades you gave the chairman, I'm suspecting you're trying to get something out of rules.
I'm working on it.
Chair recognizes Chairman Tarvin, the chair of the Committee on Information and Audits. Chairman Tarvin.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Information and Audits has read the journal from the previous legislative day and found it to be correct. And just a little something else to think about. For those who say it is impossible and can't be done, they need not interfere with those doing it.
Now that's profound. That may be your best yet. Chairman Tarvin, a wise guru, the chair of the Committee on Information and Audits, reports that the journal of the previous legislative day has been read and found to be correct. Is there any objection to dispense with the reading of the journal? The chair hears none. The reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there any objection to the confirmation of the journal? The chair hears none, and the journal is confirmed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the resolution establishing the order of business for the day?
Representative Administration of the 104th moves following be establishes the order of business during the first part of period unanimous consents. Introduction of bills and resolutions, first reading and reference of House bills and resolutions, second reading of bills and resolutions, reports of standing committees, first reading and reference of Senate bills and resolutions, morning orders.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the resolution establishing the order of business for the day? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. First reading of bills and resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 618 by Representative Gladney, the 130th Cannon, and the 172nd, Williams, the 168th, McLean, and the 109th, Corbett, the 174th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 3, Chapter 2 of Title 40, the official code of Georgia and Taylor relating to prestige license plates.
Motor vehicles.
House Bill 619 by Representative Houston in the 170th. The bill being titled an act to amend an act to provide for the election of members of the Board of Education of Cook County.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 620 by Representative Scoggins, the 14th, and Gamble, the 15th. The bill being titled an act to amend an act providing for the compensation of the Chief Magistrate of the Magistrate Court of Bartow County.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 621 by Representative Scoggins, the 14th, and Gamble, the 15th. Bill be titled, an act to amend the act creating the office of Tax Commissioner of Bartow County.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 622 by Representative Gamble, the 15th, and Scoggins, the 14th. Bill be titled, an act to amend the act to provide a homestead exemption from certain Bartow County ad valorem taxes.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 623 by Representative Gamble, the 15th, and Scoggins, the 14th. Bill be titled, an act to amend the act placing us certain of the county officers of Bartow County upon an annual salary.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 624 by Representative Gamble, the 15th, and Scoggins, the 14th. Bill be titled, an act to amend the act creating the office of Commissioner of Bartow County.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 625 by Representative Mathis, the 149th, Way to the 9th, Gullet to the 19th, Bentley the 150th, Taylor the 173rd, and others. Bill being titled, an act to amend Chapter 16 and Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to coroners.
Governmental affairs.
House Bill 626 by Representative Williamson in the 112th, Fleming in the 114th, Martinez in the 111th, Crowe the 118th. Bill be titled, an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 7 and Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to imposition rate computation exemptions and credits relative to income taxes.
Ways and means.
House Bill 627 by Representative Taylor, the 92nd, Fryer, the 122nd, Schofield, the 63rd, Davis, the 87th, Oliver, the 82nd, and others. Bill be titled, an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 7 and Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to landlord and tenant.
Governmental affairs.
House Bill 628 by Representative Reeves of the 99th, Evans the 57th, Hong of the 103rd, Lim of the 98th, and Carson the 46th. Bill be titled, an act to amend Code Section 44-13-100 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to exemptions for the purposes of bankruptcy.
Judiciary.
House Bill 629 by Representative Beverly the 143rd, Parker the 107th, Mitchell the 88th, and Roberts the 52nd. The bill be titled, an act to amend Article 7 of Chapter 4, Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to medical assistance generally.
Public and community health.
House Bill 630 by Representative Lim of the 98th, Bazemore the 69th, Fryer the 122nd, and Lupton of the 83rd, Clark of the 108th, and others. Bill be titled, an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 1 and Title 7 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to provisions applicable to the Department of Banking and Finance.
Judiciary.
House Bill 631 by Representative Parrish, the 158th. Bill be titled, an act to amend the act incorporating the city of Swainsboro.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 632 by Representative Crawford of the 84th, Oliver of the 82nd, Drenner of the 85th, and Evans of the 89th. Bill be titled, an act to amend an act providing a homestead exemption from certain city of Decatur ad valorem taxes.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 633 by Representative Crawford of the 84th, Oliver of the 82nd, Drenner of the 85th, and Evans of the 89th. Bill be titled, an act to amend an act providing certain homestead exemptions from the city of Decatur ad valorem taxes.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 634 by Representative Crawford of the 84th, Oliver of the 82nd, Drenner of the 85th, and Evans of the 89th. Bill be titled, an act to provide for a new homestead exemption from the city of Decatur ad valorem taxes.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 635 by Representative Crawford of the 84th, Oliver of the 82nd, Drenner of the 85th, and Evans of the 89th. Bill be titled, an act to amend an act providing for a homestead exemption from the city of Decatur ad valorem taxes.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 636 by Representative Crowe of the 118th. Bill be titled, an act to amend Chapter 2, Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to elections and primaries generally.
Governmental affairs.
House Bill 637 by Representative Hitchens of the 161st and Stevens of the 164th. Bill be titled, an act to amend Chapter 10 and Title 25 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to regulation of fireworks.
Public safety and homeland security.
House Resolution 348 by Representative Silcox, the 53rd, Evans, the 57th, and Holland, the 54th. A resolution creating the House Study Committee on Excessive Vehicle Noise and Related Crimes.
Public safety and homeland security.
House Resolution 349 by Representative Moore, the 91st, a resolution recognizing the Honorable Thomas E. Brown and dedicating a bridge in his honor.
Transportation.
Senate Bill 19 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, Summers of the 13th, Setzler of the 37th, Albers of the 56th, Ginn of the 47th, and others. Bill be titled, an act to amend Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to courts.
Judiciary,
Senate Bill 83 by Senator Jackson, the 41st, Strickland of the 17th, Jones of the 22nd, and Kirkpatrick of the 32nd. Bill be titled Act to amend Article 7, Chapter 5 of Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to stalking.
Judiciary Non-Civil,
Senate Bill 128 by Senator Albers, the 56th, Robertson, the 29th, Dugan, the 30th, Payne of the 54th, Anna Devarte, the 31st, and others. Bill be titled an Act to amend Article 7, Chapter 20, Title 47 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, the Public Retirement Systems Investment Authority Law.
Retirement,
Senate Bill 149 by Senator Albers, the 56th, Estevez of the 6th, Goodman of the 8th, Gooch of the 51st, Watson of the 11th, and others. Bill be titled Act to amend Article 2 of Title 11 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to sales under the Commercial Code.
Agriculture and Consumer Affairs,
Senate Bill 169 by Senator Payne of the 54th, Dixon of the 45th, Robertson of the 29th, Anna Devarte of the 31st, Hickman of the 4th, and others. The bill be titled an Act to amend Code Section 20-754 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to procedures to be followed by a disciplinary officer panel or tribunals.
Education,
Senate Bill 170 by Senator Albers, the 56th, Dixon, the 45th, Robertson, the 29th, Kirkpatrick, the 32nd, Still, the 48th, and others. Bill be titled an Act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to elementary and secondary education.
Education,
That completes first readers.
bring it down just a little bit. Second reading of bills and resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 586 by Representative Smith of the 18th, a bill to authorize the assessment and collection of technology fee by the Probate Court of Haralson County. House Bill 587 by Representative Anderson of the 10th, a bill to amend an act providing election of members of the Board of Education of Rabun County. House Bill 588 by Representative Smith of the 18th, a bill relating to the Georgia Crime Information Center. House Bill 589 by Representative Chokas of the 151st, a bill relating to the Department of Audits and Accounts. House Bill 590 by Representative Cameron of the 1st, Crow of the 118th, Kelly of the 16th, Bonner of the 73rd, a bill relating to crimes and offenses. House Bill 591 by Representative Evans of the 89th, Drenner of the 85th, Tran of the 80th, Mitchell of the 88th, Bennett of the 94th, and others. A bill relating to amend an act to provide that each resident of DeKalb County who is 65 years of age or older, over or disabled, those with net income, for a House Bill 592 by Representative Reeves of the 99th, Mitchell of the 88th, Silcox of the 53rd, Crawford of the 84th, Drenner of the 85th, a bill relating to general provisions regarding superior courts. House Bill 593 by Representative Evans of the 89th, Drenner of the 85th, Tran of the 80th, Mitchell of the 88th, Bennett of the 94th, and others. A bill to amend a former local constitutional amendment. House Bill 594 by Representative Evans of the 89th, Drenner of the 85th, Tran of the 80th, Mitchell of the 88th, Bennett of the 94th, and others. A bill to amend an act to provide each resident of DeKalb County School District. House Bill 595 by Representative Deloach of the 167th, the bill relating to primaries and elections. House Bill 596 by Representative Green of the 154th, a bill to authorize the assessment and collection of technology fee by the Probate Court of Randolph County. House Bill 597 by Representative Bentley of the 150th, a bill to provide a new charter for the city of Andersonville. House Bill 598 by Representative Cox of the 28th, Powell of the 33rd, Washburn of the 144th, Douglas of the 78th, Jaspers of the 11th, a bill relating to professions and businesses. House Bill 599 by Representative Irwin of the 32nd, a bill to amend an act to provide a new charter for the town of Martin. House Bill 600 by Representative Schofield of the 63rd, Werkheiser of the 157th, Beverly of the 143rd, Sains of the 180th, Scott of the 76th, and others, a bill relating to general provisions of administrative procedure. House Bill 601 by Representative Silcox of the 53rd, Holland of the 54th, Roberts of the 52nd, Panish of the 51st, a bill to amend an act providing a new charter for the city of Sandy Springs. House Bill 602 by Representative Ridley of the 6th, a bill relating to the Georgia Athletic and Entertainment Commission. House Bill 603 by Representative Wiedauer of the 121st, Gaines of the 120th, a bill relating to the Juvenile Code. House Bill 604 by Representative Byrd of the 20th and Horner of the 3rd, a bill relating to persons and their rights. House Bill 605 by Representative Dickey of the 145th, Bentley of the 150th, Martin of the 49th, Knight of the 134th, a bill relating to realize educational achievement can happen, the REACH Scholarship. House Bill 606 by Representative Cooper of the 45th, Hatchett of the 155th, Houston of the 170th, Cameron of the 1st, Newton of the 127th, a bill relating to state health planning and development. House Bill 607 by Representative Perkle of the 169th, Jones of the 47th, Martin of the 49th, Dubnick of the 29th, a bill relating to Hope scholarships and grants. House Bill 608 by Representative Evans of the 57th, Smith of the 138th, Maynard of the 56th, a bill relating to development, transportation plans, public hearings, approval of plans by board, promulgation of rules and regulations by the Department of Transportation. House Bill 609 by Representative Bentley of the 150th, a bill to amend an act providing a Board of Commissioners of Taylor County. House Bill 610 by Representative Bentley of the 150th, a bill to amend an act changing the number of members of the Board of Education of Taylor County. House Bill 612 by Representative Martin Marin of the 96th, a bill relating to the official state language. House Bill 613 by Representative Marin of the 96th and Park of the 107th, a bill relating to imposition rate computation of income tax. House Bill 614 by Representative Marin of the 96th, a bill relating to prestige license plates and plates for certain persons and vehicles. House Bill 615 by Representative Smith of the 70th, Bonner of the 73rd, Jenkins of the 136th, Thomas of the 65th, a bill to amend an act continuing the State Court of Coweta County. House Bill 616 by Representative Evans of the 89th, a bill relating to general provisions relative to state government. House Bill 617 by Representative Jaspers of the 11th, Perkle of the 169th, Woodauer of the 121st, Thomas of the 21st, Hagan of the 156th, a bill relating to highways, bridges, and ferries. House Resolution 322 by Representative Maynard of the 56th, Thomas of the 65th, Mitchell of the 88th, Jackson of the 128th, Lim of the 98th. Resolution creating a House Study Committee on Research and Development of Reparation Proposals. House Resolution 323 by Representative Evans of the 89th, Drenner of the 85th, Oliver of the 82nd, Schofield of the 63rd, and Buckner of the 137th. Resolution urging the Public Service Commission to pursue actions that will protect electric customers from unjustly paying for construction mistakes. House Resolution 324 by Representative Houston of the 170th, Green of the 154th. Resolution creating the House Study Committee on Jobs Tax Credit Tier System. House Resolution 347 by Representative Reeves of the 99th, Clark of the 100th, Bonner of the 73rd, Martinez of the 111th, Hitchens of the 161st, and others. Resolution designating the song The Veteran Anthem with lyrics and music by Takesha M. Schwan as the official song of the Georgia service members, veterans, and their families. Senate Bill 99 by Senator Dolezal of the 27th, Watson of the 1st, Brass of the 28th, Cowsert of the 46th, a bill relating to exemptions from Certificate of Need requirements. Senate Bill 116 by Senator Watson of the 1st, Mallow of the 2nd, Hickman of the 4th, Gooch of the 51st, Jen of the 47th, a bill relating to disposition of municipal property. Senate Bill 129 by Senator Williams of the 25th, Burns of the 23rd, Harbin of the 16th, Anderson of the 24th, Beach of the 21st, and others. A bill relating to primaries and elections. Senate Bill 145 by Senator Still of the 48th, Dolezal of the 27th, Robertson of the 29th, and Bartier of the 31st, Payne of the 54th, and others. A bill relating to general provisions applicable to counties and municipal corporations. Senate Bill 159 by Senator Robertson of the 29th, Albers of the 56th, Duggan of the 30th, Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, Walker of the 3rd of the 20th. A bill relating to general provisions regarding correctional institutions of state and counties. 3 second readers.
Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Representative Robert Dickey, the 145th District Chairman on Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs has entered its consideration the following bills of the House. Has instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Bill 471 do pass. House Bill 458 do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Robert Dickey, the 145th District Chairman. Representative Gunner of the 8th District, Chairman on Committee on Judiciary, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration the following bills of the House. Has instructed me to report same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Bill 248 do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 267 do pass. House Bill 292 do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 382 do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 404 do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 470 do pass. House Bill 530 do pass. House Bill 543 do pass. House Bill 563 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Gunner of the 8th District, Chairman. Representative Alan Powell of the 33rd District, Chairman on Committee on Regulated Industries, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Regulated Industries has had under its consideration the following bill of the House. Instructed me to report same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Bill 353 do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Alan Powell of the 33rd District, Chairman. That completes the reading of the reports of standing committees.
House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. I can see that anteroom, the south anteroom. There's no one out there. So take your conversations to the south anteroom if you need to pass a bill before we get started today without anybody voting on it. And take it right on out there and y'all can pass it. We're going to move on to morning orders, but first we have Chairman Parrish has a special morning order. It's a two-parter. He's going to talk about the doctor of the day and some good folks in the gallery. Chairman Parrish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to introduce to you, and I would ask you to help me welcome the group from Augusta University, the foundation members who are with us in the gallery. And if you guys would stand, please, so that we might recognize you and welcome you to the house. We also have our doctor of the day with us today, Dr. Matt Lyon. He's the Harold Harrison Distinguished University Chair in Emergency Medicine and Professor of Emergency Medicine. He's also the Associate Dean for Experimental Learning and Executive Director of the Center for Ultrasound Education for the Medical College of Georgia at Augusta University. He serves as Vice Chair for Academic Programs and Research for the Department of Medical Education and is the Virtual Care Service Chief at AU Health. Dr. Lyon is a graduate of Georgia Tech and then a graduate of the Medical College of Georgia. He completed his residency in emergency medicine at MCG in 2003. Beginning in 2018 with funding through the USDA telemedicine grant, Dr. Lyon began a telemedicine program between AU Health and 5 rural Georgia emergency departments. The TeleEd program, this program aids rural emergency physicians in decreasing transfers to larger cities for time-sensitive treatments. In January, Dr. Lyon championed an effort that led to an announcement from the MCG Center for Telehealth that Emmanuel Medical Center would serve as a teaching site for the college's Peach State Scholars. This group of medical students commit to completing medical school in 3 years, entering directly into a primary care residency, and then serve in an underserved rural area in Georgia. And you in this House were leaders in making that available. This expands the relationship for telehealth services between Augusta University, Emmanuel Medical Center, and MCG Center for Telehealth, and will provide physicians and other care providers on an emergency basis 24/7. It's our pleasure to have our doctor of the day, Dr. Matt Lyon. Would you help me welcome him, please?
Thank you for this great honor, and thank you for letting me be the doctor of the day. Thank you all for what you do for the citizens of Georgia, the doctors of Georgia, and all of our rural citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lyon, for being here and taking care of us. And welcome to AUU Foundation Board. We appreciate what y'all do. Well, now we have some additional morning orders. Representative Washburn has a group he needs to recognize. Representative Washburn. Here he is.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is late notice for our other Realtor friends, but if you're here under the sound of my voice, Beth Camp, Alan Powell, and several others, come join me in the well. The opening lines of the preamble to the Realtor Code of Ethics state, "Under all is the land." Under all is the land. And of course we know that the land under our feet is a big part of all sorts of development and all sorts of wealth building in our state, from residential to shopping centers to industrial. The list goes on and on. including farms and timberland. And so today we have the Georgia Association of Realtors here at our Capitol, and they'll be coming around to meet with a lot of y'all. They are the people who provide consulting and brokerage services to buyers and sellers of all those types of real estate we just talked about. I have two significant events happened to me in 1975. I married my dear wife on June 14th, which was one of the best decisions I ever made. And then I joined Fickling and Walker, an old real estate brokerage firm in Macon, on August 17th. And so I have been married to my dear wife for 47 years, and I've been a realtor for 47 years. And I've been blessed by both, because the real estate brokerage business is honorable and honest, and it provides honest and honorable service to the people of Georgia. And me and my friends standing around here proudly earn fees doing good work for all those people. So you greet those folks today from the Georgia Association of Realtors with a handshake and a smile, because they're good people, and they are voters, and they believe in you, and they trust you to do the right thing to protect private property rights in Georgia. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Holland and Chair Lady Silcox is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your friend's coming. There she is.
Thank you. It's hard to believe, but there are 4 members of this House who represent one neighborhood in Atlanta, the neighborhood of Buckhead. And we are so proud today to welcome the Buckhead Council of Neighborhoods, which is a nonprofit that represents the interests of our communities in trying to improve their quality of life. They're here today especially to talk to us about problems that are occurring in our city when it comes to road noise that we can hear. For those of you who have lots of acres to live on, you might not know what it's like to live in a condo on Peachtree Road and be able to hear the cars go by. We're grateful they're here. They were handing out earplugs for anyone who needed them this morning, and we're so grateful that they were raising their voices for our community. So.
Thank you. Please stand. Let us recognize you. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, Representative Gaines, Wiedauer, and Fry recognized for a morning order. And Rhodes. Oh yeah, you're part of that group.
The Clark County delegation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize Professor Gene Mangan and the UGA Law. Several UGA law students are here. They're doing a legislative drafting class, have learned from legislative counsel and heard from members of this body about how the process that we're undergoing works. And I've worked closely with Sam West. I think Sam actually helped create the class at one point. So we want to recognize them, and please stand and let's give them a round of applause. Go Dogs.
Welcome, UGA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Alexander has a morning order. She's recognized.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we have a group of people here from the West Georgia Board of Realtors, and they are committed to advocating the private property rights of homeowners, business owners, and renters. They are celebrating their 50th anniversary. Could you please stand and be recognized? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative and friends, and welcome to the People's House. Good to have y'all. Chairman Prince and the greater Augusta delegation recognized for a morning order. A greater Augusta delegation.
Greater Augusta delegation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to turn this over to my colleague, Representative Lynn Gladney, to talk about Augusta University.
All right.
Thank you, Chairman Prince. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Greater Augusta delegation is honoring Augusta University, one of Georgia's 4 public research institutions. Augusta University offers customizable, accessible education on campuses in Augusta and across the state. Augusta University aims not to only be different, but to also make a difference, to reimagine and recreate the future of art, technology, education, and healthcare. Home to Georgia's only public academic medical center and designated by the state as a health science center of excellence. Augusta University is dedicated to creating safer, healthier, and more equitable Georgia. Please join me in welcoming the Augusta University Foundation and members of the Children's Hospital of Georgia Advisory Board.
Please stand.
Thank you for joining us this morning. yield the floor, Mr.
Impressive
Speaker.
group,
Thank
no
you.
doubt. Impressive group. Representative Gullett is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we're having some friends come up here too today.
And friends.
There we go. I want to welcome Carlos Ortiz here. He's here with his wife, Lauren. Mr. Ortiz just retired for 38 years in law enforcement, where he served as a deputy sheriff of Doddering County Sheriff's Office, division director of the Georgia Police Academy, a police officer of the city of Macon, as well as a police officer with Georgia Tech Police Department. Additionally, he also recently retired from the U.S. Navy Reserves, where he served 32 years and then retired at the rank of commander. We appreciate your many years of service to our state and our country. Wish you well in retirement. Members, just stand up and welcome Mr. Ortiz to the People's House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for your service, Mr. Ortiz. We do appreciate it. Representative Olaye is recognized for a morning order. Representative is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, alongside my colleague, Representative Park Cannon, wanted to welcome a talented group of fourth graders from the Ron Clark Academy down in Southeast Atlanta. It's a dynamic middle school that has created a loving and dynamic learning model that fosters academic scholarship and leadership development. They are joined by co-founders Kim Bearden and Ron Clark. We appreciate you joining us this morning at the People's House. Could you please rise and be recognized? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the floor.
Impressive group of young people. Welcome to the People's House. Representative Bentley is recognized for a morning order. Looks like
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you,
a number
Mr.
of
Speaker.
friends.
Yes, I have some supporters here this morning. So, colleagues, I just want to share with you, yesterday, I was having a really good day. My morning was going very well until I walked out to the ropes. And when I walked out to the ropes, there was this gentleman there that recognized me, and he was like, "Hey, Patty, so good to see you. Tell Daryl." I said, "Hello." And when he said that, my knees went weak. I thought I was about to pass out. And you know, colleagues, we often come to this well and we recognize and congratulate people back home, which is great. People outside of this chamber, which is great. But today, I want to take a moment to honor and recognize some people right here in this House of Representatives. Yesterday, when my knees became weak and I thought I was about to hit the floor, standing there to catch me was none other than Chairman Mike Chokas. And when I got back to my desk and realized that my seatmate next to me was having a day a little bit more difficult than mine, I wanted to stand this morning and just thank and honor Representative Clinton Crowe. He was having an interesting day yesterday. So I just want to take a moment today, colleagues, and let us take some time to celebrate one another, because at the end of the day, we are all sisters and brothers in Christ. Amen? So let us give a big round of applause to Chairman Mike Chokas and Chairman Clinton Crowe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for standing with me, and thank you for all of your support. Thank you.
Chair Lady Dempsey is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, friends. I know that you all know that your realtors are all here. They're descending on the Capitol and they're gathering today and they're doing good things, but I want you to know that some of the best ones in the whole state of Georgia are from Rome, and they're right up here today. If y'all would stand and let us recognize you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, we're ready to move on to the rules calendar. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to HB 311.
House Bill 311 by Representative Smith, the 70th and others being titled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 5 of Title 4080 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to general provisions regarding ad valorem taxation of property, so as to provide for optional temporary tax relief to certain properties located in nationally declared federal disaster areas. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair Lady Lynn Smith is recognized to present the bill. Chair Lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. Well, it's March. We're getting close to some difficult times in our state, in the United States, with bad weather. And it happened to my county about 3 years ago when a Class 4 tornado came through my county, either severely
Lady, we'll
damaged.
suspend just for a minute. This is an important bill.
Thank you,
The
Mr.
lady
Speaker.
deserves to be heard, so take your conversations elsewhere. Continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is in reference to federally declared natural disaster areas, and it applies to damaged or destroyed homes during the year of the natural disaster. This assembly, to those who are new, debated this issue, and we unanimously voted to support House Resolution 594 last year that will give our local government several options in which to apply some type of ad valorem property tax relief. This came about from a lament to me by a local official. It was several months after the tornado wiped out a large part of my county. And he said to me, "You know what's going on now?" And I said, "No." He said, "Well, our people are still recovering from what happened to their homes. And now they're going to get hit with their property tax bill. And most of them do not have a home, or it's very destroyed and they can't use it." So this bill, to make this become reality for us, which is what we're debating today, this bill had to be put to the people as a constitutional amendment. It was ballot amendment number 2 last year. It got 92% of the vote. What it will do if we pass House Bill 311, and we have to pass House Bill 311 to make this possible for our citizens. And by the way, it got 92% of the vote. I think it was the most heavily supported initiative in last year's general election. But what this bill will do now is that our local governments, and this is cities, counties, school boards, they will get to determine themselves what type of relief they can give to our citizens who are dealing with this continuing tragedy. You were so supportive of it last year. I want to give a shout out to the Ways and Means Committee. I appealed to their collective wisdom, and they came up with something that worked. But actually, I'm the author of this bill, and there are several great sponsors on the bill. But the voice in this bill is directed to the very ones who will make this determination, which are all our local governments. And you should look and see the flyer on your desk. It explains to you who had input into this bill, and it's all our local governments. Remember, again, it's optional. And so for us right now, we have the option. Will we vote unanimously once more to support this wonderful initiative that we as a body have crafted for the citizens of Georgia? Thank you, Ms. Speaker. Yield for questions.
The lady has no questions.
Thank you.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes, and those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 164, the nays are 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to HB 308?
House Bill 308 by Representative Newton in the 127th and others to be titled an act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 4080 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to income taxes so as to revise a tax credit for certain medical preceptor rotations. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Dr. Chairman Newton is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring to you, colleagues, House Bill 308. This extends a current program that's been very successful in helping train students at Georgia-based schools, in particular in healthcare areas that are so needed across Georgia. It includes nurse practitioners, PAs, and medical students. It offers them a real-world access to where they can see the difference between what's done in a tertiary care hospital but can actually work on the ground in the operating rooms and on the medical floors with doctors and nurse practitioners and PAs across Georgia. That does this by offering a tax credit to preceptor physicians, nurse practitioners, and PAs who are fully trained and board certified. It allows them to offer these rotations, month-long rotations. It does give them a tax credit of either $750 or $1,000 a month, up to 10 a year. It does preclude you from getting paid as a preceptor for any other locations. It's limited, as I said, to 10 a year because we want this to be a high-quality experience for our students. It's proven to be very successful. This bill will add dentistry to that. That will allow dentists for dental students who want to go see real-world practice as part of their educational experience. It would open this tax credit program to dentists. We've been expanding training for nurse practitioners, for PAs, and in particular for medical students with medical campuses, obviously at MCG, campuses for Mercer and Macon, Savannah, and now Columbus. Moultrie has PCOM, Atlanta with Emory and others, Morehouse School of Medicine. All of them are trying to add to their students to try to keep Georgia from staying at 40th in the nation when it comes to doctors per capita. So this has been a great program. It's been a proven program. This would extend it beyond its current end date of 2023, December, to 2028. So it will allow our schools to continue doing the great training they're doing. I hope you'll feel free to support it. I'm glad to answer any questions, Mr. Speaker.
I see no questions. The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you. I appreciate your favorable consideration. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 169, the nays 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to HB 505?
House Bill 505 by Representative Chokus, the 151st and others, to be titled an act to amend Code Section 161130 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to riot, so as to provide for a felony penalty. This bill having referred to Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Let me give you the lay of the land right here before I recognize the chairman to present the bill. For you new members, and a reminder for the members that have been here, I remind you that the Rules Committee has limited debate on this measure to 30 minutes to 1 hour, 30 minutes to be allocated equally to each side, to be allocated amongst themselves. And right now, there are 3 speakers in favor and 3 speakers opposed. Now that time does not include the presentation by the author or the 20 minutes for the chairman's time. We do not have a minority report. Timer will be running while you're in the well, and I'll let you know when the time's expired. So if y'all want to divvy up your time amongst yourselves, those that want to speak to the bill, that'll be fine, or one person can take it all. That's y'all's choice. I'm going to run the clock. Chair recognizes Chairman Chokus to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I bring before you House Bill 505. Georgians proudly defend the rights of peaceful protesters, but will not tolerate violence that damages people or property. Liberal cities that have created autonomous zones for lawbreakers have created trouble, unsafe and unsanitary conditions for residences and businesses. We will not let that happen here. Our governor and our attorney general have made it clear that Georgia will provide no safe haven to rioters. This legislation puts that vision into state law and sends a signal to troublemakers throughout the country that they won't get a slap on the wrist if they come here and engage in rioting. We will prosecute the violent in order to protect the peaceful and innocent. The violence we saw recently that grew out of the violent riots against the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center was broadcast far beyond our state lines. With our downtown dependent upon convention and tourism dollars, we must protect that industry from the brand damage that would result from further riots. The only thing that this bill does is it increases the penalty for criminal offense of riot from a misdemeanor to a felony. Let me repeat that. From a misdemeanor to a felony. The second thing that it does is it adds riot to the list of offenses that must have bail decided by a Superior Court judge. As chairman of the Small Business Development Committee, I feel that it is my responsibility to support the thousands of small businesses across the state, from restaurants, beauty parlors, clothing stores, to convenience stores, jewelry stores, tattoo shops. These violent acts of riots provide a dangerous environment for the businesses to operate. It is not only detrimental to the business owners, but more importantly, to their employees, their staff, and their patrons. Small businesses are the largest employers in the state. They provide more jobs than any other entity. These small businesses provide the manpower to coach Little League, raise money for local school programs, support the Boy and Girl Scouts, and help with local disasters. In so many cases, small businesses are family endeavors. I know from personal experience that my children helped me. It is unfair for small businesses to face the additional threat of riot, especially now after so many were closed during the COVID-19 crisis. HB 505 will help small business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield for about 2 or 3 questions.
Gentlemen, will yield for a question. To your left, Representative Kelly from the 16th has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir. I'll yield.
Now, Chairman Chokas, isn't it true that what we're trying to focus in this bill are on these violent rights? And we've had some discussion, debate that this could be applied just as simply as if 2 individuals got in a fight. We've heard that in the debate. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
But isn't it true that's not what we're focused on here? We're
That's
focused
true.
on violent rights. And so isn't it further true, Mr. Chairman, that under current law that a simple fight between 2 individuals couldn't be charged under this riot statute according to the rule of lenity and the misdemeanor offense of affray? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for that question.
Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir, I do.
Representative Hughley, to your left again, has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to us what, in your mind, is the definition of a riot and how a police officer would not tack that on like they tack on every other charge when they arrest people?
Well, it has to be 2 or more people that are involved in a violent act, and according to case law, riot requires common intent and a concert action of intent. So in other words, the example that was used in the Rules Committee, whereas you have a ballroom brawl, you have 2 people opposing to each other, that would not be valid at this time. It's totally irrelevant. It's where 2 or more people have a common intent to create violence. And so that would be the definition that we're working from, and it's already in case law. Thank you, Mr.
Gentlemen, yield for another question.
Yes, sir. This will be the last one.
Representative, let's see, the Majority Leader, Estration, has a question. I
Whoa.
guess I best recognize him.
I think so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Sir, isn't it true, as you just pointed out, the definition of riot is already in law, and that is unchanged as part of your bill. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And isn't it also true that, as to the question that was raised in the Rules Committee, if there were to be a fight that occurs between individuals that meets the definition of a misdemeanor, affray, that actually by law the prosecutor must charge the misdemeanor offense if there are not additional elements that would otherwise require a heightened charge? Isn't that true?
That is also true, sir.
Thank you. No further.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. As I said earlier, it requires a common intent and a concerted action to create violence. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the body's favorable consideration, and I yield the well. Thank you, sir.
The gentleman has yielded the well. We're going to move on to additional speakers. We have several people who will speak. I'm going to recognize Representative Crawford for the Okay, we'll change that order then. Representative Adesanya will be recognized to speak to the bill. Now, you have a total of 30 minutes, and that can be split up any way you desire as you speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House of Representatives, I rise in opposition to House Bill 505. I know sometimes some of us may feel pressured to vote along with party members, but I want you all to stay with me for just a couple minutes. On March 7, 1965, John Lewis and hundreds of protesters gathered on the Edmund Bridge in Selma, Alabama, to exercise their First Amendment, the right of the people to peacefully assemble and to express their grievances to the government. In this instance, the policemen attacked these peaceful protesters, injured many of them, who locked arms together and fought for the freedom and our highest American values. Their sacrifice paved way for so many of us to sit in this chamber, especially those of you that look like me, and to all of the women, irrespective of your party. It is evident that the policemen incited a riot, and this day in our history is known as the Bloody Sunday. In 1848, Elizabeth Stanton, along with over 300 women, gathered in Seneca Falls, New York, to peacefully exercise their First Amendment right. These women wanted to be treated as individuals and not dependents of men. They wanted more employment opportunities. They wanted education opportunities. They wanted the freedom to run for office and to speak in front of Congress and to vote. Through their effort, we see all of you amazing women sitting here today, making a difference and making Georgia better. Now, while the legislators behind this bill may suggest this language only targets protesters engaged in crimes of violence, this bill expressly contemplates non-criminal conduct. Or just take a look at lines 11 and 12 of the bill. It defines riot as two or more individuals engaged in either one, unlawful act of violence, or two, any other act committed in a violent and tumultuous manner. Think about that for a second. This language leaves a gray area. Any other act committed in an act of violence and tumultuous manner. This implies that there are some types of non-criminal conduct that may rise to the level of a riot when performed by two or more people. And then this bill is asking you all to vote yay, to make it a felony, to protest, and then be punishable up to 20 years. 20. To break it down in simplest terms, what this bill is asking for is that do not dare to assemble and exercise your First Amendment. We have seen many times where law enforcement consciously arouses peaceful protesters and then be the one to spark the riot. And we are asking these protesters
to be punishable up to 20 years. While it may feel good to some of us to always want to be surrounded by the yes, yes type of people, just take a look at countries where leaders limit the rights of its citizens or ability to express their grievances. We have come too far and we have fought too hard to go back. For the men and women who sacrificed their lives to pave the way for us in the pursuit of freedom, we must and we have to do everything we can to protect our right to assemble and our right to a peaceful protest. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Representative Crawford is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, today I rise to oppose House Bill 505. There should always be a cause for concern if bad policies are pursued and implemented. Under House Bill 505, a person would be guilty of a felony should they commit the offense of a riot, which is defined as two or more persons doing an unlawful act of violence or any other act in a violent and tumultuous manner. I know that's convoluted and vague, right? But let's look at what this really means practically. Some of my colleagues, one in particular, just spoke about what this bill could do to impact protest, which is essential to our democracy and a fundamental First Amendment right. Indeed, I agree with his testimony and analysis. However, this bill could have far more detrimental consequences in the lives of other everyday Georgians. It won't only impact protesters, but it could impact others. How do I know this? Because case law tells me so. If we want to determine how an amended bill will impact the people, all we have to do is look at what the original bill has done in the past. And we don't have to look too far. Our Georgia Court of Appeals previously held that there was sufficient evidence to charge teenagers under this same statute because of their involvement in proximity to a neighborhood fight. In this particular case, a group of kids got upset with one another, exchanged words, and exchanged blows after those words. And this drew a crowd. Now, that's nothing too uncommon from any of our districts. Unfortunately, kids engage in fighting. But what this case law held is that multiple kids involved, even as spectators, were charged under a misdemeanor at the time of inciting a riot and participating in a riot. And so now we're about to increase the penalty for neighborhood fights amongst our kids. Doing so would be disastrous. But I get it. Some of you all are thinking to yourselves that your child isn't the one that's fighting, right? Well, the court's analysis wasn't that simple. It didn't solely focus on the kids involved in the fight. What the court held is that because essential elements of inciting a riot were in pertinent part, engaging in conduct which urges or advises others to riot or fight, a child preventing someone from breaking up a fight, urging someone to fight, or simply being a bystander could also result in a felony charge should this bill pass. Surely I'm not advocating that our youth engage in confrontation, but if our teenagers, your teenagers, have a lapse in judgment and be involved in or potentially be in proximity of a confrontation, they could face a felony charge, which will have a negative result on their life trajectory. Now, proponents of this bill may rely on what they deem to be prosecutorial discretion. And that's a way of them saying that a prosecutor would have the ability to charge someone for any act. But the biggest downside of prosecutorial discretion is that it often results in selective prosecution. And so a prosecutor's personal beliefs and biases, whether conscious or unconscious, can creep into their decisions. And like always, the poor minorities we know will be impacted. But House Bill 505 could also negatively impact others outside of the poor and minorities. Multiple kids can be vulnerable. A child watching a fight, which many of us have probably done in the past, could be detained for up to a year. Think about that. And I know that we oftentimes choose sides in the people's house, but immaturity is bipartisan. A lapse in judgment is bipartisan. Adolescent misbehavior is bipartisan. School fights happen. Neighborhood fights happen. The irony is that we teach youth development on one hand, but then we create laws like this, which could deteriorate the future of our youth on the other. But it won't stop at just kids. This bill could also have an impact on someone at a football game, potentially at a tailgate, should their actions rise to what this definition says is a riot. This is a bad policy with clear legal implications that threatens to harm the lives of Georgians based on self-ambitious politics of trying to look tough on crime. This bill will do far more good than harm, far more harm than good, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on House Bill 505. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. That completes those desired to speak in opposition to the bill. Now we'll hear for 30 minutes, up to 30 minutes, for those in favor of the bill. Representative Reeves is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to speak in favor of House Bill 505. This is a very serious piece of legislation that has far-reaching consequences for the safety of homes, of businesses, and of our private property here in Georgia. I'm here from the suburban perspective, from Duluth and Suwanee and Sugar Hill. My constituents work really hard. They play by the rules. They've come to Gwinnett County from all around Georgia, all around America, and all around the world to work hard and live by the American dream. And they have invested all across Atlanta, including in places that have been adversely harmed by riots the last few years. And this bill will give you an opportunity to stand up and defend the rights of peaceful protesters, but to draw a clear line that peaceful protest does not allow people to cross the line into violence and to property destruction. If they choose to cross that line from First Amendment free speech to violence and harm to people and property, then Georgia law is going to come down on them under this bill. Free speech, your free speech rights end where the other person's personal safety and property begin. That's a tradition in America that this legislation honors. This legislation puts into state law and sends a signal to troublemakers around the country, and you've seen the phenomenon literally of having tourists who come to certain areas and destroy property and harm people that they have no ties to. And that happened recently. I had a mayor and 2 city council members who came to a conference that a lot of y'all had the opportunity to attend. And the night before, they had gone out to eat in Atlanta, and they were a few blocks away from what under this bill would be a riot. And by the way, those protesters, most of them were not minorities, and a lot of them were not even from Georgia. And they broke windows, they set things on fire. That was not free speech. That was not peaceful protest. And that's not the kind of thing we can afford, literally. We can't afford to have that going on in Atlanta or anywhere else in Georgia. Both my parents grew up in Representative Chokas's district. And Americus, Georgia, and his communities are Main Street towns. But mine are too in Gwinnett County. We've got 1 million people there, and there are about 15 communities. And there are decades of hard work and investment in every home and every business in my area, and in every small town in Representative Chokas's district in Middle Georgia, where I spent 5 years. And to have people, particularly outside protesters, come into Georgia and harm people and break things and damage property, that's not free speech. That's not peaceful protest. And that is not the proud heritage that this state has of getting out there and exercising peaceful protest and persuading by the force of reason and intellect and the ballot box, not by breaking windows and beating people up. I told you about the mayor and council member for my community who could have been in harm's way, and they saw businesses that were harmed by rioters. I also want to speak about someone from Suwanee who invested in an area between here and the airport, really close to that Wendy's that got burned down after a tragedy happened that should not have happened. But to respond to one tragedy with going in and burning down a restaurant, that doesn't make things better. What it does is it makes peaceful business owners like my constituent from Suwanee, who was out there serving patients and getting medication to people with diabetes and to senior citizens, it makes them worried about investing in communities. This bill says in Georgia you'll be safe. You could speak your mind, you could peacefully protest, but don't go hurt people and break things. Number three, I had a high school student recently contact me and say, I want to apply for this Georgia National Guard scholarship at University of North Georgia. It was a North Gwinnett high school student, and three or four of us here in the room share that high school cluster. And this young lady wants to go into public service and military service part-time while getting her college degree, and then be obligated to serve our state in the Georgia National Guard after she graduates. Well, freedom is not free. When there are peaceful protesters, law enforcement, and in some cases National Guard, they're obligated to protect those peaceful protesters, and that's good. And Georgia has a proud history. Judge Boodle, who I got to hear, he laid down the law in the 50s and 60s, and he said law enforcement is obligated to protect peaceful protesters. He was appointed by Calvin Coolidge, and he was still deciding cases in the 60s, and he was still speaking to college students in the 90s. Judge Griffin Bell, he was appointed by President Kennedy. Judge Bell, who was from Americus, Georgia, where Representative Chokas is from, he said law enforcement and military have an obligation to protect peaceful protesters. But unfortunately, as you saw in 2020, law enforcement and the military, they get called out when all hell breaks loose and when people are getting hurt physically and when things are getting broken. And to have law-abiding, hard-working National Guard people and law enforcement get called in to pick up the pieces when people are getting hurt and things are getting broken, to me that's unconscionable for us to have anything to do with that. We need to send a message to violent protesters and people destroying property. You can't do that in Georgia. We will listen to you all day long. You have a right to vote. You have a right to persuade. You don't have a right to harm people and property in Georgia. Speaking to the precedent that Representative Chokas consulted in drafting this bill, it's Loomis versus State, and it's Dixon versus State. Speaking to the wording of the bill, any two or more persons who shall do an unlawful act of violence, not free speech, not peaceful protest, but violence, or any other act in a violent and tumultuous manner commit the offense of riot. Period. That's it. One sentence long, and both elements of that crime require violence. The tumultuous, the language of that is a mob. It's mob rule. If you get together and have a mob that crosses the line into violence, that's when riot is declared under this statute, and it is made a felony. I had some Korean constituents invite me to a documentary that was well done, and it showed the tragedy that happened in California in the 1990s after another tragedy happened. You had police brutality, and a minority was assaulted by the police, but then the riot that occurred after that destroyed the dreams in the Korean community and in the neighborhood there in California. And people are still traumatized decades later from both the police incident as well as the aftermath that was riot. And we can't have rioting here in Georgia. People are entitled to live in their homes and run their businesses, large or small, without the fear of mob rule and violence. And that's why I'm proud to support this bill, and I would encourage you to read the bill and to make a clear stand that Georgia is a safe place to live and to do business, to peacefully protest, to speak your mind and exercise your First Amendment rights. But Georgia is not a place where riot and violence are tolerated. Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. That completes the discussion for those opposed and those in favor. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Now we'll have the chairman's time up to 20 minutes. Chairman Jay Collins, chair of the committee from which this bill came, is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to keep my comments brief because I don't believe I can say anything that'll change anyone's mind. Your mind's probably already made up. If you've been down to my office in 218, you'll see that I have a 24 by 36 collage, and it was from several years ago, and I had the privilege of meeting Congressman John Lewis. You see, before I became a state representative, I was mayor of my little community out in Villa Rica, Georgia. We honored the 50th anniversary of the Freedom Riders out there, and I got to meet a living legend, and I got to talk to him, and I still consider him to be one of the greatest men that I have ever met. We were the only city in this state who honored that 50th anniversary of that Freedom Rider bus coming through Georgia as it traveled. And I was very proud of that day for my community to see the look on people's faces that lived through the terrible times that Congressman Lewis had to go through, and to be able to meet a hero. What a great day it was for my district, my town, my community. I was very proud of that. And I said that to say this: we should protect peaceful protesters at all expense, at all cost. Today, we have peacefully protested against each other in this chamber. We have spoke our mind and we have spoke our position. There's no violence. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the number one, and it's been said before, and I'll say it again right here, the number one priority for government should be to protect persons and property. You know, these protesters that we have seen, I don't want to call them protesters, excuse me, let me call them rioters, because that's what they are. They're really not from our state. They're being paid to come in here to riot, to loot, to cause chaos and havoc in our communities. My district is fine. If we don't pass this legislation, my district is fine. Majority of your districts will be fine. But I'm thinking about some of those people that live in the impoverished, economically depressed areas that experience riot and looting, and the turmoil and the fear that many of those residents had when they turned on the news, when they looked down their street and they saw their city burning. They saw a police force that wasn't doing anything about it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to take steps in this House to protect people. And I think a lot of attention has been drawn away from the fact that this has to do with rioting, not peaceful protest. I would stand here, I will fight for people in the hall, I will fight for people in my district and your district to peacefully protest any day of the week. But make no mistake, gentlemen and gentlewomen here in this chamber, this is not about peaceful protesters. This is about rioting and sending a clear message that we want to protect everyone from every zip code, from every district, and we want to protect persons and property. And that's all I have to say about that, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to yield the balance of my time to Whip Burchett.
The chairman has yielded his time, the remainder of his time, to Whip Burchett. Representative Burchett is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. Well, we're into the thick of it now, aren't we? This is what we're here for. This is what it's all about, the debate. I appreciate the colleagues on both sides of this issue, but I'm just here to clarify a few things and boil it down into plain language. This is about two policy perspectives here. Are you in favor of making riot a felony, and are you in favor of requiring that someone that is charged with a riot to sit before a Superior Court judge before they have bond? That's it. We're not changing the definition of riot. We're not adding a fray. We're not adding inciting a riot. Though my colleagues have argued that, I believe that they're off base on the argument. The only thing we are changing is if you are charged and convicted with being a party to a riot, then it could be, you can serve, it'll be a felony, not a misdemeanor, and that's it. This business about inciting a riot, I would point you to the bill. Just look at the bill. I'll walk through it with you if you like. Section 1. The language on 14 through 15, that's the language that changes from misdemeanor to a felony. That's the only change there. Section 2, we're adding line 22, riot, to the crimes that you must sit before a Superior Court judge to receive a bond. No inciting a riot, no affray, none of those things. We're not changing the definition of a riot. We're not expanding the definition of a riot. That's a fallacy to think that. The argument that this could be an affray is unfounded, because in an affray, the element of doing a violent act in concert is not there. An affray is just an affray. It's a fight. We're not acting together violently to destroy the streets of Fulton County and Atlanta. We're not burning police cars. We're not tearing up the local businesses. And hey, you all were here. A lot of you were here. A lot of you weren't here because we have a large freshman class. But I recall those days. I remember the leaders of Atlanta, Georgia, standing at the Capitol steps asking, pleading, please, peacefully protest. Don't destroy my business that I've worked for my entire life. My kids, my grandparents have started. I remember that. Do y'all remember that? I remember that. This is the policy that we are putting forward today to the House of Representatives of Georgia, is that it's not okay to come to Atlanta, to come to Georgia, and because you're upset, destroy our livelihoods, commit violence on our Georgia citizens. Many of you recall just recently with the Public Safety Center, we had several individuals that were charged with a riot, and in 48 hours, 2 of those individuals were already out. And they were not even from the state of Georgia, as I understand. They come here to run them up. That's not Georgia. That's not Georgia. And while I appreciate my colleagues debating on the opposite side of this, I would just point you straight to the bill. We're not talking about inciting riots. We're not talking about a fray. We're talking about what the crime and penalty will be if you are taking part in a riot. And so I would ask and implore each and every member here, vote for the bill. I know we're going to likely vote party lines, and that's fine. That's okay. I understand. But I'd appreciate if we could just work toward some common ground at some point on some of these issues that I think we need to be the leaders of in this state, and lead our districts back home and say, hey, we can work together. So I'm going to leave you all with that. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. And listen, I appreciate serving with each and every one of you every day. So thank you for all of what you do. And please vote favorably for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman has yielded the well. That completes our discussion on the bill. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Here we go.
Hold on.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
For what purpose does Representative Bruce rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that if my brother and I, who happen to have a common interest, were out protesting and someone attacked us because they didn't agree with us, and we defended ourselves and it turned out to be a pretty bloody fight, that I would now go from self-defense to a felony under this bill?
If the gentleman so states, I'm sure that's how he understands the bill. For what purpose does Chairman Chokus rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, we have been talking about violence. And isn't it true that one of our two Nobel Peace Prize winners, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, said, "Nonviolence is a powerful and just weapon, which cuts without wounding and ennobles the man who wields it. It is a sword that heals." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure the gentleman believes everything he just said. Representative Roman is recognized. For what purpose does she rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the words property and business do not appear anywhere in this bill, and the best way to protect peaceful protesters is to vote no on this bill?
If the lady so states, I'm sure she believes that. For what purpose does Representative Montahan rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that this bill would prevent the all too common occurrence of a violent rider being arrested before lunch and released on bail in time for dinner?
Well, I'm sure the gentleman states that's his reading of the bill. For what purpose does Representative Becky Evans rise?
The inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Thank you. Isn't it true that in committee we heard from testimony that the definition of a riot had not been updated in over 100 years? And if my colleague, the majority whip, says he wants to work with us, I would hope that we could work on updating that case law. Thank you.
If the lady so states, I'm sure that's what she heard. We're going to finish this one. I'm going to do a couple more inquiries. We'll go to, let's see, for what purpose does Representative Maynard rise?
Parliamentary inquiry. Isn't it true that...
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it true that kids on buses are fighting, and this would be considered a riot? And if we don't protect the kids from rioting on school buses, not only will these kids end up being felons, but then we put ourselves in a predicament because parents, once this bill is passed, they'll question what are the schools doing about all of these felon rioters. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, there are several instances in Pernell Harris who died while handcuffs were on him. He was beat by police officers here in Georgia. Does that mean, Mr. Speaker, that these police officers have now committed a felony?
The lady has good questions, and I'm sure her reading of the bill will help her answer those questions, or she can speak to the author. I'm going to take two more. I recognize For what purpose does Representative Hughley rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that at the end of the day, when police officers make the arrest, they're the ones who putting the charges on these individuals, and it's going to cost parents and family members a lot more money to get people out of jail so that they can go and then have their day in court and be afforded the opportunity. So this is going to cost more money for individual citizens. Isn't it true, further true, that people who break the law are not watching us and know that we're making this a higher penalty, but families are the ones that are going to suffer?
I appreciate the lady's view, and I know she believes in what she speaks is true. For what purpose does Representative Holcomb rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that while I support the goal of opposing the destruction of property and the commission of violence, that Georgia courts have interpreted this statute as being that all persons sharing in a riot are guilty whether or not their conduct was in fact violent and tumultuous, and that is very concerning.
I'm sure the gentleman believes that as a learned practitioner of the law and a dedicated reader of legislation, so we appreciate your insight. For what purpose does Representative Neal rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the issue people have is that if we are turning this to a felony, the issue of discretion being used, misused, and substituted for another charge, instead of using a fray or the appropriate charge, riot being used in substitution of that, and that is what is giving a lot of members in this body pause.
Well, I've heard several opinions about several different parts of how you interpret what we were talking about, what we're debating, but I do know that the gentlelady believes just what she speaks to be the truth, and that's her understanding. This is the last one. For what purpose does Chairman Saines rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that some would like to scapegoat this issue to youth misbehavior and civil protest, but that this bill actually addresses those who would like to desecrate our First Amendment rights by instilling terror and fear in this very city, in the small business and minority-owned businesses all across this state?
I'm sure the gentleman believes of what he states. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? I think we've thoroughly discussed this proposition. Have all members voted? I believe they have, so the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 98, the nays 73. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to HB 500?
House Bill 500 by Representative Silcox, the 53rd, and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 7 of Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to arson and explosives so as to provide for the offense of arson of a law enforcement vehicle. This bill having referred to the Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll remind the members that the Rules Committee has limited debate on this issue to 1 hour. 30 minutes will be allocated equally to each side to be allocated between themselves as they see fit. Those opposed and certainly those in favor. Again, that does not include the presentation by the author or the 20 minutes for the minority report or the chairman's time. That's what we're going to do. At this time, Chair Lady Silcox is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I bring to you today House Bill 500. House Bill 500 provides that anyone by means of fire or explosives that knowingly causes, encourages, or procures another to set fire to a law enforcement vehicle would be guilty of the crime of arson of a law enforcement vehicle. Anyone found guilty of this crime would be punishable by a fine of $100,000 and/or 5 to 20 years, and there is no mandatory minimum sentence. A police vehicle is the primary tool with which our dedicated officers enforce our criminal laws. They are equipped with specialized equipment, often bringing the cost of these vehicles well over $100,000. These vehicles are paid for with our hard-earned taxpayer dollars, and given our computer chip shortage, are not easy to replace in these times. Moreover, there are many police departments in Georgia that do not have backup vehicles, or if they do, they are usually older with outdated equipment. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I will yield for any questions.
The lady has yielded for questions, and you do. You have one from Representative Jasmine Clark to your left. Representative Clark is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlelady yield?
I do.
I'm curious, isn't arson already a crime in Georgia?
Yes, it is.
So what exactly is this bill doing that is not already done in the state of Georgia?
Well, again, as I was trying to explain, Representative Clark, because these vehicles are increasingly hard to replace and are increasingly more expensive, I think it's important that we have a special crime for this, because this is taking a car that is our policeman's primary tool out of service. And many counties may only have 2 or 3 patrol cars at their disposal. And so you're not only just taking a car out of service, you're taking a tool that is protecting people, many, many people, out of service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lady has another question, if you'll yield.
Yes, sir, I will.
The gentleman from the 172nd, Representative Chaz Cannon, has a question to your right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield?
I do.
Isn't it true that this bill will continue this body's mission to better protect the same law enforcement officers who protect us each and every day?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Is the lady yielding for another question?
Of course.
Representative McCullum is recognized for a question to your left, in the back.
Oh, here you go.
Does the gentlelady yield?
I do.
Isn't it true that if you come to our state and to cause trouble and you burn a public safety vehicle, that your stay might be longer with this bill and hinder our public safety to try to protect others?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the will.
You have a question, but you have discretion. You can do as you like.
All right.
You'll
I'll
take
yield
another
again.
question?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's about 20 or 30, but you can get started on them. We'll join you after lunch. Let's see. We'll recognize the lady from the 142nd, Representative Parrish, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is to your right.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I will.
My seatmate. I was just wondering, how were you able to get a graphic of such vividness on the board? I've never seen that happen before.
You know, that I wasn't aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To the lady's point, we do have visual displays from time to time, and that one is pretty vivid. So I'm going to recognize the lady from the 142nd, Representative Hughley, for a question to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlelady yield?
I do.
Can you give us how often this crime that we're making a crime happen, how often do we have police cars being set on fire by arson in this state? How many happened last year?
You know, I don't have those statistics, but I've seen plenty on the news.
Thank you.
I have 2 more questions. You do. If the lady in the wheel will yield to Representative Wilkerson to your left in the back of the room.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentlelady yield?
I do, thank you.
Two quick questions. I am curious about this. Is a bicycle considered a vehicle in Georgia?
Is a what?
A bicycle considered a vehicle in Georgia? I believe it is.
Yes.
Okay. Under this bill, would that be considered arson of a vehicle and punishable by the same penalties if you blow up a
No,
bike?
this is specifically a law enforcement vehicle.
No, law, I mean, but law, does the gentlelady further yield?
I do.
Bicycle cops, we have cops that ride bicycles.
Yes.
So in this case, it would be a police vehicle. Would this qualify as arson under that vehicle and suffer the same penalties?
Technically, no. I don't know that you could burn up a bicycle.
I can blow up a bicycle if you see a 12-year-old.
I don't think it has any gas in it to be explosive.
You have one more question if you'll yield for one more.
Certainly.
Chairman Powell to your right. Chairman Alan Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the lady yield?
I will.
Under your bill, is it not true that when someone deliberately sets fire to a police vehicle, that's almost synonymous to attacking a police officer?
I would agree.
Further yield?
Yes.
Is it not also true that this sends a stronger message to have respect for those men and women that are out there enforcing the law to protect everybody, even those riders? Because
Yes,
when they try to burn a police vehicle, then they could also damage other people by doing that same, not only being disrespectful, but they could also put other people's lives in danger.
Yes, sir. I thank you for the question.
Thank you, ma'am.
If there are no further questions, I'll yield the wheel.
The lady has yielded the well. Chair will recognize Representative Kennard to speak to the bill. Representative Kennard, you have up to 30 minutes showing opposition to the bill, and then there's a few folks who want to speak in favor. But Representative Kennard is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come to speak to HB 500 today. To be clear, if someone torches a law enforcement vehicle, they have done something seriously wrong. They have committed a crime. It's inexcusable, and there should be consequences. If someone commits the act of arson to a law enforcement vehicle, they're dead wrong, they've committed a crime. It's inexcusable, and there should be consequences, and that's why I love HB 500. The first page. Lines 1 through 15, I'm in complete support of it. If it was just that, I would press the green button. But when I turn to page 2, I'm disheartened and I have issue because lines 16, 17, and 18, it says imprisonment for not less than 5 years. That establishes a mandatory minimum. That establishes a mandatory minimum. Mandatory minimum sentencing. Haven't we learned our lessons with this horrible policy before? We've all seen this movie. We know how it ends. I mean, this is draconian measures from the 1980s and 1990s. Horrible policy that many lawmakers that were involved in that in the 80s and 90s now regret and understand that it decimated communities and created mass incarceration. Policies from the 80s and the 90s. What's next? Are we going to bring back mullets and parachute pants? Listen, mullets were just a bad idea. I know that because I sported one for way too long. As a matter of fact, when I first started dating my wife Pam, for the first few days I was wearing a mullet, had been for years. After about a few days of our courtship, she finally said, you know what, I like you a lot. There's promise in this relationship. I'm hopeful, but the mullet has to go. And when I look back on pictures now, she was absolutely right. What was I thinking when I look at that picture? Mandatory minimum sentencing is also a bad idea. What were we thinking when we saw that? But again, we learned from that it's bad policy. A mentor friend of mine who's now deceased, he's a pastor. I worked for him for a number of years in Columbus, Georgia, Pastor Jim Swilley. he would often tell me, Greg, there is nothing to be learned from the second kick of a mule. Should have learned it the first time. We learned through mandatory minimum sentencing that it created mass incarceration that we're still grappling with now, that we're still trying to unwind and correct with reforms. Mandatory minimum sentencing created mass incarceration at such a level in this country that we skyrocketed our incarcerated population to we topped the world in the people who are incarcerated in our country. The U.S. has 4% of the world's population, but we have 25% of the world's prison population, which means that 1 in 4 incarcerated individuals are so in the United States of America, the land of the free, ironically. And guess what? Among all the 50 states in the U.S., the state that leads the nation in people who are incarcerated and or under criminal community supervision. Does anybody want to guess who the U.S. leader is? I'll give you a hint. It starts with a G. Georgia, Georgia, an old sweet song. I can't let Representative Dexter Sharper handle all the singing around here. But we are so punitive in this state, we lead the nation. We have more people on probation than any other state. We are 4 times the national average. We have so many criminal records in our GCIC system that the GCIC staff cannot keep up with its management. There are 10.7 million people in our state. There are 4.5 million individuals that have a criminal record. In 2018 is when I ran for office to be a part of this body. And I was very excited to come down here because it was on the heels of the Nathan Deal era of criminal justice reform, and I was such a fan that we were now going in the right direction on these matters. And I was so excited to be a part of this body and to work with you on continuing and building upon the legacy of Governor Deal and expanding criminal justice reforms. But to my dismay, what I've actually been doing for the last 4 years now, in my 5th year, is protecting that legacy, is fighting for that legacy, defending that legacy. Because for 5 years now, I have seen measure after measure that chips away at that legacy, that erodes that legacy. We have done an about face on criminal justice reform, and this measure is proof positive of that. We have separate branches of government for a reason. Our job as legislators is to make laws. So page 1 of this bill is our lane. We define what a crime is. But there's a separate branch that is supposed to mete out punishment and consequences, and that are our elected judges, the judiciary branch. They are to listen in court to the facts of the case, to consider the context, to parse out the details, to weigh all the evidence, the prosecution, the defense, and after all of that analysis, then they mete out a consequence or a sentence that fits the contour of that crime. Page 2 is the domain of the judiciary. We need to stay in our own lane. Let's make laws, but let's not try to handle sentencing in this body. Thank you for your time, and for these reasons, I cannot support this bill. I would like to, it has merits, but page 2 defeats that for me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. We have some folks who want to speak in favor of the bill. Representative Daniel is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of House Bill 500. I know how riots can impact all small businesses, but even more importantly, minority and underrepresented communities. not just in Atlanta, but all over our state, like mine. I'm supporting this legislation because underrepresented people in districts just like the one that I represent deserve the same opportunity to benefit from public safety just as much as the rest of the state. This has not necessarily been true in recent times, as we have witnessed individuals from outside of Georgia inciting violence during what otherwise would have been peaceful and at times needed demonstrations. It is essential to emphasize that those who come from other states to cause trouble will face consequences if they choose to misdirect the attention from the important matters at hand. By attempting to burn a law enforcement vehicle, we are creating a sense of panic in our state. They will be subject to just penalties for the damage and crimes that they commit if they do such a crime. Through this bill, we intend to demonstrate our unwavering support and appreciation for the law enforcement officials who safeguard our small businesses and communities during violent times. And I emphasize again, violent riots. We will always welcome peaceful demonstrations and protect them because they are so vital to our thriving representative democracy. We will not condone violent actions that ultimately disaffect underrepresented communities and every taxpayer in the state of Georgia. I ask for your favorable consideration of House Bill 500, and I yield the well.
Lady has yielded the well. Representative Crowe. Representative Crowe is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be fairly brief, hopefully. The day is long and lunchtime is near. I stand here to support House Bill 500. Many things have been said already, so I don't want to repeat a lot of what's been said. The one thing that I did want to point out, or a couple of things I wanted to point out, though, arson of a law enforcement vehicle is not just destructive, it's not just dangerous, but it's an assault on law and order itself. These men and women in law enforcement and the institutions of law enforcement agencies are out there to go out and enforce the laws that we pass in this very chamber. And they are our representatives that go out and actually enforce the laws that we make in this building. And when you burn one of the vehicles, it's an assault on law and order all across the state. And to Mr. Kennard's point, or Representative Kennard's point, I did want to address that real quick. I agree with you. I'm a fan of page 1 as well. Page 2, though, as far as a mandatory minimum, on line 17, it says that it shall be punished by a fine of not more than $100,000 or by imprisonment for not less than 5 years, nor more than 20 years, or both. So the judge doesn't have to sentence anybody to jail. They can simply issue a fine if the judge's discretion causes them to want to do that. So, but ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot of things that can be charged in multiple ways. This is a clear statement to those that want to come here and violate our law and damage our streets and damage our businesses and burn our police cars, that we are going to support law and order in this state, and we're going to support the men and women who go out and enforce that law and order and enforce the laws that we create in this chamber. Thank you. I yield the will.
The gentleman has yielded the will. That's all of our speakers on this issue, so let's see, not quite all of them. But is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. So now we'll move on to chairman's time. We have 20 minutes allocated for chairman's time. Chairman Jay Collins is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'm going to be brief with my comments. The fact we even have to stand here and talk about this is an issue within itself. But I want to submit to you here today, ladies and gentlemen, look at that photograph right there. And I challenge you, each and every time you see a peace officer driving a patrol car, more often than not, you'll see the windows are tinted. Imagine what happens when someone is attacking that car, but doesn't know that there's somebody in custody in handcuffs in the back of that car. Think about that for a minute. Again, the number one priority for government is to protect persons and property. And ladies and gentlemen, you can't do that if you don't have a fleet of vehicles. We have seen what these paid protesters, paid rioters are doing throughout our country, throughout this state. Majority of these people are not our homegrown folks. They're people that are coming in here from other states, even other countries. And that's another issue we need to be debating sometime, maybe up a little higher above the pay grade than what we are here. But I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that we have to discuss this is an issue within itself. And we need to send a clear and strong message that we're not going to tolerate this behavior here in the state of Georgia. That's all I have to say, Mr. Speaker. I gladly yield the chairman's time to my good friend, Houston Gaines.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Representative Gaines is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Chairman Silcox for her leadership on this bill and bringing this before the body. And as Chairman Collins said, it's frankly concerning that we even have to discuss this. The pictures that we've seen, this didn't happen just a couple of years ago. You know, I think many of us in this room were hoping that when the defund the police movement happened, it was short-lived and wasn't something we'd continue to see year after year. But that sentiment is still around, and it's something we still have to address. And I think this legislation sends a very important signal that individuals who want to go after our law enforcement officers will be punished. They'll be put behind bars here in Georgia. We're going to hold criminals accountable. Those individuals are not welcome in our state who are trying to go after our law enforcement officers. And I just again want to thank Chairman Silcox for bringing this bill before us. Of course, we support peaceful protests in Georgia and have a long history of doing so. But individuals who go and put police cars on fire, and we saw that just a couple weeks ago in January. We had a front page of the Atlanta paper. We had a police car that was set on fire. It's an embarrassment to our state. That's why we need to put an end to it. And I believe this legislation is a strong signal that we will not welcome individuals who are going to put police cars on fires and riot in the streets and put individual lives in danger in Georgia. And so again, thank you, Chairman Silcox, for your leadership, Chairman Collins, and I'd ask for this body's favorable consideration of House Bill 500.
That completes our debate on the bill. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Floor Leader McDonald rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that I was a fireman for 27 years?
If the gentleman so states, I'm sure that's accurate.
Another parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't what we saw on the screen, it's bigger than just the vehicle. It's what's around the vehicle, those that live around the vehicle. It's those that are responding, the firemen that are responding from their station, putting citizens at risk as they're responding. Isn't that more danger than just the vehicle itself?
I'm sure the gentleman believes everything he just said and is grounded in fact. For what purpose does Representative Maynard rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I do agree with the bill? The problem I have with the bill is that aggravated assault with intent to murder, rape, or rob, that minimum sentence is 1 year, and this sentence is a minimum of 5 years. And I do wish this body would look more closely into crimes against women. Is that not true?
I'm sure the lady believes what she so speaks. For what purpose does Representative Holly rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that while many of us here appreciate and certainly can speak to the benefits of having a very strong law enforcement body in this state, we also understand that we have laws already on the books, like felony criminal damage to property, 16-7-23 OCGA, that is already available to make sure that these penalties are addressed, but that we also further do appreciate from hearing from Republicans, our colleagues here, that they do not appreciate the expensive destruction of a capital, including Atlanta, as well as the nation's capital on January 6th.
I'm sure the gentleman believes what he so speaks. He's kind of headed off in a different direction. So, for what purpose does Representative Reese rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that the DA of Atlanta was able to find charges to charge the individuals that committed the horrific crime of the picture that we saw on the screen, and that this same DA would be in charge of applying this law if it was to pass, and that you would have to ask yourself, is this law even necessary if we found laws to charge them with from the initial crime that has been incited in this body by this picture that was on the screen?
That's a good one. I think I know that the gentleman believes everything he just said, and I'm not sure what the DA charged, so I'll have to admit that. For what purpose does Representative Miller rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, that there was one police car from the city of Atlanta that has been burned? Just one.
I'm sure the lady knows of what she speaks.
Further inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that we have the offenses already on our books of criminal damage to property, arson, domestic terrorism that would adequately cover the offense of burning a law enforcement vehicle?
I'm sure the lady believes what she speaks, and I'm sure she has knowledge. For what purpose does Representative Okoye rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Do you have a parliamentary inquiry in there, Representative?
Yes, parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State
Speaker.
your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that for every action there is a reaction?
I think that's true.
And what I have seen today are bills against reactions and none for action. The graphic image we saw today, what if the officer incited that riot? And we haven't said anything about that. So it is important to balance it. Let's also look at action as we look at reactions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that parliamentary inquiry, Representative. I'm sure the gentleman believes and understands what he speaks to. We're going to do a couple more, and then we're going to close this machine. The gentlelady from the 170th District, Chair Lady Houston, is recognized for a question.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I was in Atlanta the night the police cars were burned and they were busting into different banks and things on Peachtree? And isn't it not true that for somebody that doesn't live here, it's mighty scary to be here when things like that are going on?
I'm sure the lady's speaking the truth.
Isn't it not true that I don't know why people can't understand that Georgia people don't do this, and so don't come to Georgia if you're going to burn a police car or break into businesses. We don't want it. Thank you.
I'm sure the lady feels very strongly of her statement. We're going to recognize one more, and I think she had a chance to speak, but she may have a question about her statement, so let's see. I'm going to recognize a lady from the 117th, Representative Daniel. For what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that these events disproportionately affect minority communities and that this bill would increase the punishments for people from outside of the state that seek to hijack peaceful protest, thus silencing those voices?
I'm sure the lady has her facts and knows of what she speaks. I said I wasn't going to take any more, but I'm going to take one more. The lady from the 93rd, Representative Carter, is recognized for... what purpose is the lady from the 93rd rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that it's starting to sound like this bill is against the minority community? Is that not true?
I don't think that's true. I haven't heard that. I've heard some very robust, appreciate the lady's comment, but I've heard very robust, respectful conversation as we've debated this bill, and I'll go ahead and say it right now. I do appreciate that from the membership. We've debated a couple bills here that strong feelings on, and y'all all are to be complimented on your conduct and how you discussed the bill. That completes our parliamentary inquiries, and we're going to, I think we have them all voted. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. The yeas are 100 on the passage of the bill, and the nays are 69. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. We're going to take up a couple more bills before we break for lunch. A couple more bills. We're now going to ask the clerk to read the caption to HB 63.
House Bill 63 by Representative Williams of the 148th and others, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 3330, 13.1 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to furnishing claims experience to policyholders so as to require insurers to providing policies for groups of 20 or more to timely furnish claims experience at the request of a group policyholder. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Insurance, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chairman Noel Williams is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I bring to you today House Bill 63. This bill would improve communications between insurance companies and their clients. When I'm speaking of insurance, I'm talking about group health insurance for 20 or more covered employees. 60 days out before their renewal, they will receive detailed claims experience along with their renewal. And this way, it'll make it clear to the employer group why the group could be changed, why the rates could be going up, or why the rates stay the same. And this, Mr. Speaker, is my bill. Right now, self-funded and level funding groups get claims experience for 3 or more covered lives. And we just think it would be fair and equitable for 20 or more fully insured lives that are covered under a group health plan receive claims experience to the insurance broker as well as to the group itself.
You have no questions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I appreciate your support on this bill.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 166, the nays 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to HB 130.
House Bill 130 by Representative Gamble, the 15th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 7, Chapter 3, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to Georgia Student Finance Authority so as to provide for student loan repayment for peace officers. This bill having referred to the Committee on Higher Education. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Gamble is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, I rise today to present to you House Bill 130. House Bill 130 is Governor Kemp's administrative initiative, the Georgia Peace Officers Service Loan Repayment Program. The purpose of this program is to recruit and retain public law enforcement officers across the state of Georgia. Currently, according to the Georgia Sheriff's Association and the Police Chiefs Association, we are somewhere around 4,000 to 5,000 police officers, peace officers short in the state of Georgia. This legislation builds upon what we did as a legislature last year by adding criminal justice degrees to the High Demand Career Initiative to be eligible for the Hope Career Grant. Law enforcement officers are critical to protecting the citizens of this state, but are often faced with a decision between heeding the call to public service or seeking other opportunities to pay student loans. To ensure that we're retaining top talent, we are looking to implement and invest $3.2 million in a loan repayment plan for state and local law enforcement. This plan funds up to 800 officers and will provide a loan repayment of up to $20,000 per officer in exchange for 5 years of service. So if you are a new officer coming in and you have student loans from a course of study in any area, you are eligible as of January 1 of this year to participate in this program and to receive up to $20,000 in loan forgiveness for coming into law enforcement and working 5 years. If you are an existing law enforcement officer and you decide that you want to go back to school and to get a degree in criminal justice, you can also take advantage of this program and be eligible for up to $20,000 if you work 5 years towards law enforcement for this program. So, Mr. Speaker, the funds for this program are in the governor's budget report for FY24. That is the legislation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, anyone may have about House Bill 130.
Gentleman, yield for a question.
I will yield.
Representative Jasmine Clark to your left is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my friend yield?
I yield to my good friend, yes.
All right, so we discussed this bill quite a bit in committee, and we finally got to the part on retention where current law enforcement officers can get loans repaid through this program. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Does the gentleman further yield?
I yield.
All right, so after thinking about that, doesn't that basically say that they just have to take out a loan in order for us to pay off the loan that we're making them take out? So we're not actually paying off current officers' loans. Instead, we're basically just paying them to go to school if they want to.
That is correct. That is the difference between the individual that would be coming in as of January 1 of this year or the individual that is currently in that position. You are correct in what you're saying.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, with that, I would ask for this body's favorable consideration of House Bill 130, and I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Representative Montahan rise?
Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that this was a priority of the Paulding County Sheriff's Office and that they believe it will increase retention and decrease turnover for their deputies?
I'm sure the gentleman knows of what he speaks. He speaks to his sheriff in Paulding County regularly, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does Representative Moore rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that President Joe Biden made these funds available for the state of Georgia to be able to pay these people's loans off?
I'm sure the lady knows what she speaks. I'm not sure of that when what President Biden did on this subject. Well, we may get some clarity here. For what purpose does Representative Collins rise? Chairman Collins, he waves. For what purpose does Representative Martin rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
I guess. State your inquiry.
Isn't it true any dollars that come out of Washington, D.C. are sent there by the good people of the United States and don't belong to this president or any other president?
I'm sure the gentleman believes that to be true. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 172, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. We're going to do a couple of announcements that pertain to our arrangements during the lunch period here. So we're going to break for lunch here in a few minutes. So Chairman Corbett is recognized for an announcement. Chairman Corbett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Rural Caucus will be, we have lunch over in the Ag Building upon adjournment. Augusta University is sponsoring. Everybody come join us at will. As a member, thank you.
Representative Kendricks is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, our Facebook training has been canceled, so even though there is a big flyer on your desk that says we're having a Facebook training, it has been canceled. We will reschedule it. So there is no speaker, there is no food. It has been canceled. Thank you.
Representative Jasmine Clark is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the GLBC meeting has also been canceled, and therefore there is no food.
Well, I think you struck a nerve on that one, whatever you said. You struck a nerve. Okay, we have a lot of things to get done today, so here's our posture. 1:45 sharp. Be here and be ready to go to work. Go to work at 1:45. 1:45, we'll see you here at 1:45. So we will stand in recess until, wait a minute, we have one announcement that's life or death, I think. Representative Werkheiser needs to make an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, but we didn't know our schedule, so just stay tuned for an email. Probably won't be at 3 o'clock, but somewhere plus or minus an hour of that in 5:06. Thank you.
Too late. 1:45 sharp. House will be in recess till 1:45.
Clerk will ring the bell. House will come to order. For what purpose does Representative Dickey rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to request HB 605 move from education to higher education. Both committee chairman are in favor.
Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 605 by Representative Dickey, the 145th, to be entitled an act to amend Part 4 of Article 7, Chapter 3, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to realizing educational achievement can happen scholarship.
On the gentleman's motion that House Bill 605 be withdrawn from the Education Committee and recommitted to higher education, is there any objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 318. House Bill 318.
House Bill 318 by Representative Hilton of the 48th, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to elementary and secondary education, so as to provide for the reestablishment of the Office of Charter School Compliance under the State Charter Schools Commission. This bill I refer to the Committee on Education. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Hilton to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and distinguished colleagues. Today I'm honored to present to you House Bill 318. House Bill 318 eliminates a funding and service redundancy in state government by shifting all charter school oversight responsibilities to one single agency, specifically the State Charter School Commission, which is the state agency laser focused on charter school authorization, support, and oversight. The shift will ensure that our local boards received enhanced support required to consistently perform above the State School Board Education Authorizer standards. The State Charter School Commission will promote transparent and timely communications with the State Board so that appropriate interventions, mediation, and other strategies can be employed if and when issues arise. There's no new responsibilities or funding associated with this legislation. This is a simple reorganization that results in a more responsive state government to our local authorizers. There's also no change in the current authorization process between the State Board, charter schools, and local authorizers. Finally, House Bill 318 provides financial transparency by requiring local school district authorizers and the state authorizer to itemize how they spend the administrative withhold fees they receive from charter schools. With that, I will yield for questions.
Chair recognizes Representative McDonald for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Can you repeat everything you just said? Because I think the gentleman for the 18th probably didn't understand a thing. You said it so quickly.
Yes, sir. Go ahead and settle in. Here we go. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for, I'll come over and deliver it to you. I'll yield for any other questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Bruce for a question.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Just trying to get clarification. Is this going to take the ability for the local school boards to determine if there's going to be a charter school in their area or not?
No, that authority will continue to remain the same as it is today.
Okay, will the gentleman yield for another question?
Yes, sir.
Will there be any change in how funding goes? You know, right now, the local school systems, if they charter a school, they pretty much fund the school with funds from them. Is that going to change?
No, sir. No change in how they're funded.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Glaze for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it correct that this bill is just an opportunity for oversight that directly relates to charter schools being governed by those who are in that space?
Yes, correct. As I mentioned in my comments, we have an agency this is all they do 100% of the day, and so we are now aligning state government so that you've got a state government that's more responsive to our locals and their needs.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So the efficiency of this new charter school compliance agency is better for us overall, so that the public schools DOE is not hampered down having to do both. Is that correct, sir?
You're absolutely correct.
Thank
yes.
you.
Chair recognizes Representative Lallier for a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Quick question, Representative. Does this bill in any way weaken local rule by shifting current responsibilities or discretion held at the local level to this newly formed state office?
No, it essentially shifts FTEs from DOE over to State Charter School Commission to make them more responsive to our local authorizers. So it no way impacts the locals.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hughley for a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
To my seatmate, I will always yield.
Thank you. Can you talk about this 3% that if they're not using administratively, it goes back to the charter school, and how much do you think charter schools will realize as a result of the change?
It's a great question. So you'll notice in the bill, currently in statute, what happens is charter schools pay a 3% administrative fee to the locals. The locals, best example I'll give you, imagine if you're in your paycheck, someone took 3% and you had no detail on what that was spent on. What it's currently supposed to be spent on is administrative services supporting the local charter school. This bill provides, when that 3% is taken out, to then have the locals provide detail on what exactly that 3% was spent on. Any unspent portion will be returned to the charter school.
Chair recognizes Representative Williams from the 37th for a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So the city of Marietta, our whole school system is a charter school system. So I've heard you answer questions, but could you walk me through how this is going to change the operation and funding of City of Marietta schools?
So I don't believe the bill addresses charter school systems. This is strictly charter schools. And again, no change in operations or funding. It provides a resource that was formerly housed in DOE, now housed up in the State Charter School Commission to provide further support for your local charter schools.
Follow-up question?
State your question.
Do you have the endorsement of the state school superintendent for this bill?
We have worked with DOE and a number of state agencies and local school boards on this bill.
So, does the does the state superintendent endorse this bill?
They have not formulated or given us an opinion one way or the other.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Clark of the 108th for a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you talk a little bit more about what's happening in lines 197 through 203, specifically when it comes to requiring that the charter schools be funded, but also allowing those charter schools to exceed their enrollment caps?
Yeah, so currently, what takes place at a charter school is that they have a charter school contract, which stipulates how many students they're able to service. This bill allows for a very small overage. If they are over, they do not receive any additional funding for that overage. And it's a very small percent. We're talking about, on average, probably 3 to 5 students. So a typical school estimate, we believe, will have X number. Obviously, with any business of what we do, we try to get exact, but you're always going to be off by maybe 1 or 2 students, and that's what this bill provides for.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So you say it doesn't require, but it says that the local board shall provide the funding and that they shall not be deemed to have exceeded the enrollment cap. So wouldn't that mean they shall fund the extra?
No, there's no additional funding for the extra kids that they go over. All those terms are stipulated in their charter school contract.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Campbell for a question to your left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
A bit of a follow-up question, but I'm curious to know, did you, in the work and organizing of this, meet and confer with the Georgia School Board Association, and do they support this bill?
Yes, met with them. Again, all those organizations, I don't want to speak out of turn. Neither one of them have come out negatively or in favor, but all of them had input into the language of this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Carter for a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am. There she is.
Thank you. On line 210 to 214, and this was one of the issues that the DOE brought up, that in creating the state school commission, the personnel for that commission would now be assigned under the school board, the state school board versus the DOE. Can you help us understand how that's going to functionally work, and what really is changing? Because if you're creating the Office of Flexibility, you're creating this commission, it's supposed to help the charter schools for the locals, but there is a parameter in which that is something different. There's something other than just personnel that changed out of this first. Why isn't it under the school superintendent versus the DOE, and what really is happening in this bill, and why is there a change?
Great question. So if I could help you all visualize kind of an org chart right here. So right over here you have the DOE, which then reports up through the State Board of Education. We are taking administrative staff from DOE, shifting them over to the State Charter School Commission, which is administratively attached to the State Board of Education. So if you all can kind of visualize 2 boxes, 2 lines up to State Board of Education, shifting administrative staff from one to the other to better be responsive to our local governments.
And there are no more questions.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I would ask for your favorable consideration.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 145, the nays were 17. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 336. House Bill 336.
House Bill 336 by Representative Cox, the 28th, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 8.2.23 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to amendment and revision of codes generally so as to prohibit the Georgia State Minimum Standard Codes from prohibiting the use of certain refrigerants. This bill having referred to the Committee on Natural Resources and Environment, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Cox to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill's basically this way. If you enjoy air conditioning and the benefits of air conditioning, then you need to vote yes. If you do no, then vote no. In a nutshell, the current code in the state of Georgia reads as such that new approved refrigerant by the EPA is technically not approved in the state of Georgia. So on any new construction, whether a home or commercial real estate, this product would not be available to be installed. So we want to make sure that that's okay. With that being said, we also wanted to protect the elderly, any one of us that has current HVAC equipment, so that we're not having to replace everything. We want to be able to use the existing equipment with mechanical contractors' existing refrigerant to make sure that we can maintain without having spending new capital cost. That is the essence of the bill. I yield for questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Maynor for a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Will this bill help us in this body since it is freezing in here right now?
The current dilemma within the body is all the bodies aren't in here, so that means a lot of the hot air is still outside.
Chair recognizes Representative Wiedauer for a question.
Gentleman yield?
I do.
Would you say that during the committee hearing that it actually would have been faster for you just to have read every word of the bill to us?
That is correct.
Thank you. I appreciate the shortened presentation.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Evans for a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Yes, so if we don't pass this bill, what are the repercussions for people who own existing air conditioning systems, and do they have to buy the new refrigerant, or would they have to buy new equipment that uses the new refrigerant? What are the repercussions if we don't pass this bill?
Well, there's two pieces to that. So one, as long as the current refrigerant's available, which it will be, there's a transition time frame that this will occur. So there's R22 or R410 currently that's used. So if the entire piece of equipment goes out, it will need to be replaced. And if that is not available by manufacturers, then you will, we'll call it dippity-doo. And that is when you wake up in the morning and you go and you look down and there's, well, never mind. It has to do with, never mind, forgive me. Go ahead.
Chair recognizes Representative Bentley for a question. To your left.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does the gentleman yield?
Where are we? Yes, I do.
Serious question. Is it not true that I'm in the process of purchasing a new cooler for my business?
Yes.
Okay.
If you say so.
Yes, that is true. So can you explain to me exactly how this bill is going to impact my plans to purchase a new cooler for my business?
So it's based on refrigerant. What refrigerant you have in the existing or the new cooler, there is a new requirement for refrigerant on future manufactured product. So as long as this does not go bad with the old refrigerant, then you'll be fine. But moving forward, if something were to go wrong, then you would need to replace the equipment with new HVAC or new refrigerant.
But if I go, is it not further true that if I purchase my new cooler now, that I'll be good with your bill? I mean, it won't be any issues?
You will be fine.
Okay.
Which is important in your industry.
Yes, it is very important for
Right.
my industry. Thank you.
Chair recognizes question, but we'll also note there are 15 bills left on the calendar. Chair recognizes
Can
Representative.
I yield the well? I yield the well. Thank you.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 162, the nays were 2. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption, House Bill 51, House Bill 51.
House Bill 51 by Representative Perkle, 169th, being entitled an act to amend Chapter 2, Title 20, the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to elementary and secondary education. This is to authorize local boards of education to use vehicles other than school buses for the transport of all students to and from school and school-related activities. This bill having referred to the Committee on Education, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Perkle to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, if you noticed, at the FFA Day at the Capitol, hope you got a chance to meet with your FFA students. I noticed that some of our school systems brought 2 students on a school bus. This bill, HB 51, provides school systems with flexibility in the transportation of students. The genesis of this bill started with a conversation I had with one of my small school systems that was complaining about the inefficiencies of transporting one or two students to a school-related activity. This bill strikes 4 lines, adds 6 words, provides flexibilities for our school systems. Every single school superintendent that I talked to absolutely love this bill, and hope you do too.
There are no questions.
Thank you. Vote green, please.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? For what purpose does... If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 164, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 402. House Bill 402.
House Bill 402 by Representative Hilton of the 48th, to be entitled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 16 of Chapter 2, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to health of elementary and secondary school students so as to require public schools and local school systems to provide water safety education information upon initial enrollment to parents and guardians of students under the age of 18 years of age. This bill having referred to the Committee on Education, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Hilton to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues. Leader McDonald, I'll do my best to talk slow. The purpose of House Bill 402 is to provide water safety information for families and children across Georgia at the beginning of every school year. More children ages 1 to 4 die from drowning every year than any other cause of death. And for children ages 5 to 14, drowning is the second leading cause of death. As a father of 3 children, learning these statistics weighed heavily on my heart, as drowning can be preventable with the right education. This is what House Bill 402 seeks to accomplish. This bill will be named in honor of Edna Mae McGovern, a very special young girl who unfortunately lost her life to drowning 13 years ago. I want to thank my co-sponsors, the organization Every Child a Swimmer, and Edna Mae's mother, Casey McGovern, for her courage to share Edna Mae's story and efforts to educate and prevent heartbreaking losses that are all too common for our children. With that, Madam Speaker, I will yield for questions.
There are no questions.
Thank you. I yield the well. Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Evans rise?
Parliamentary inquiry?
State your inquiry.
Yes, thank you. Isn't it also true that the number one cause of death for children 1 to 17 is gun violence? And that makes us very sad too, and we wish the body would address that.
As the lady so states. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 159, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 338. House Bill 338.
House Bill 338 by Representative Irwin of the 32nd to be entitled an act to amend Article 6 of Chapter 2, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated the Quality Basic Education Act, so as to provide for the inclusion of methods for the promotion of the safe and appropriate use of technology and responsible digital citizenship. This bill having referred to the Committee on Education, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Irwin to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I bring before you House Bill 338, which is the Student Technology Protection Act. This act provides methods of promoting the safe and appropriate use of technology and responsible digital citizenship. So it is filtering of obscene material from state-owned devices. We passed this bill last year overwhelmingly out of this House and got it over to the Senate. What we are attempting to do here is to make sure that predators aren't able to get on the devices that we are handing our children, as well as inappropriate or not grade appropriate material is not able to be accessed through the devices that our children carry home with them. COVID really spiked this up, as you could imagine. We gave many more devices for children to carry home to use to learn from. There is a SIPA law out there, which is the federal act that has set standards for filtering what we're supposed to do to keep that inappropriate material off our devices. What we have done here is we have measured those They have not been updated, the SIPA law, since 2011. So there's a need in the state of Georgia to make sure that we not only let a SIPA law from 2011 govern the protection of our children, but also the fact that Georgia needs to be protecting our children. So with that, Madam Speaker, I will yield for questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Anulowicz for a question to your left.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, I do.
Is it not true that children will have access to these kinds of very disturbing materials whether or not they're on a school computer or device?
If they have their own device, the answer to that is correct. Their own device, but not a state-held device.
Does the gentleman further yield?
I do.
Is it not also true that because of that, because these devices are really kind of ubiquitous, regardless of whether or not your child has access to a device through school or through home, it's very important for parents to have these conversations with their children to prepare them for things they might see and to explain what these things are and why and that it's important for parents to understand why they need to have these conversations earlier than they probably think they need to?
I will agree that parents definitely need to be having conversations with their children on what's right and what's wrong.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Chair recognizes Representative Barnes for a question.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. Will this bill also block them from being able to access these sites from different devices? Like, will it block the Wi-Fi? So if they use their personal device in the school, will the Wi-Fi be able to block them from accessing these sites?
Let me see if I understand the question. There are filters there are servers that have filters on them at the state facilities currently today, and they will block inappropriate or not grade appropriate at school. But also the devices that they carry home, such as hotspots, they need those same filters on those hotspots.
May I further, what do I say? Yield? Does the gentleman further yield?
I do.
Thank you. So when they're at home and they have the school-issued device, they will not be allowed to access these sites at home as well, is that correct?
If it's a hotspot, it is filtered, and they would not be able to. That does not stop them to be on their own internet, their own personally paid devices. It would only be the state-owned devices if they are trying to access through it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair recognizes Representative Awe for a question.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Well, if I can find you.
I'm here.
There we go.
To your
yes,
right.
Representative.
I'm short. This is a question regarding the definition of obscene materials, if you refer to your copy of the bill, lines 89 through 91. How that reads is that obscene materials is defined as, quote, predominantly appeals to the prurient interest that is a shameful or morbid interest in nudity, sex, or excretion. So I'm asking this looking through the lens of someone who's watching some fairly alarming bills that are passing through the Senate side that look to legislate the upbringing and education of our LGBTQ youth. So I'm aware that some of the folks bringing some of the anti-LGBTQ bills might in fact look at some of the literature or medical information or social support for these students as, quote, shameful or as, quote, morbid interest in nudity, that type of thing. So can you give me any assurances that this bill excludes that type of literature or information or online social support for these students? Or would such materials be, in fact, deemed obscene under this bill?
Representative, these definitions and the definition of obscenity came straight out of the code section in the law books, and that's what is put in here in this bill.
So can you give me any assurance that this does not preclude children who might have only one device as issued through the school from accessing accurate medical information or social support through these devices?
This does not preclude that. We talk about this. It's grade appropriate. So it would be different for a 11th grader or an 8th grader versus a 1st grader to access material through here. So we try to, in everything we do in schools, we try to make it grade appropriate. The same thing can be said for surgeries. And some videos on surgeries, whether that's grade appropriate or not, and a senior would be allowed to access that information if it was appropriate, say for a med student that wants to be pre-med in college versus a second grader. So this would attempt to be grade appropriate material. If it's grade appropriate for a senior, then it would not filter that out.
Certainly. I think there's just some subjectivity in that. Thank you for answering my questions.
There are no more questions.
We would ask your favorable consideration for this bill to get it moving again this year, and also we will then yield the will, Madam.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 163, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 185, House Bill 185.
House Bill 185 by Representative Gaines of the 120th to be entitled an act to amend Part 7 of Article 7 of Chapter 3, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to Hope scholarships and grants, so as to provide for Hope inclusive post-secondary education grants. This bill having referred to the Committee on Higher Education, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Gaines for to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know we are late in the afternoon, so I'll try to be brief, but this bill is one I'm really excited about that creates grant opportunities for students who enroll in what are called inclusive post-secondary education programs, which are programs at universities and colleges throughout Georgia that allow students with intellectual disabilities the opportunity to attend college. When I was at UGA, I actually had the opportunity to help start the program at UGA Destination Dogs. It's a program that started at Clemson Life, and there's these programs all across the state. They're Albany Tech, Columbus State, throughout Georgia, Georgia Tech, Georgia Southern. There's several great programs throughout the state. We have about 150 of these students statewide. Again, students with intellectual disabilities, a great opportunity. So this would create a grant opportunity to help these students to pay their tuition costs because currently they're not eligible for Hope. This is not within the Hope Scholarship, but will be a separate grant that we would be subject to appropriations of the General Assembly. And Madam Speaker, I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Chair recognizes Representative Hilton for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does the gentleman yield?
I will.
Is it not true that I'm the proud father of a 13-year-old son named Chase with Down syndrome?
You are.
Does gentleman further
will.
yield? Is it not true that this bill gives hope to many folks like Chase with special abilities and thousands of other Georgians across our state who will stay in our state, learn, get educated, and live to happy and productive lives in our state?
It will. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this excellent bill.
Thank you for your support of the legislation, your work on it as well.
Chair recognizes Representative Glaze for a question.
Thank you. Does the gentleman?
I will.
Does this bill not open the door for many of our students who have the ability to be contributors to this state to go to college and get assistance that they need to make that happen for them?
Yeah, these programs are very successful in moving students from education to employment and shown tremendous success. I believe at Georgia Tech, their program has almost a 90% employment rate for the students who go through these programs.
One more question.
Sure.
Do you yield? Is it not true that we have a young man that is around this wonderful place named Charlie that has been very helpful
Amen.
in getting this bill to us, and
Amen.
his work has been one that we could highlight?
Charlie Miller's inspiration, done a great job helping get this bill over the finish line.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Speaker, I will yield the well if there are no further questions.
You have one last question. Chair
I'll yield for one.
recognizes Chairman Dempsey for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I will, to my
Thank you
seatmate.
so much. Thank you for this bill, first of all, and for the measure and the heart that you put into helping start Destination Dogs. Is it not true that this will change lives, as you've heard from two members here, and that this House has worked very hard through the appropriations process as well
It
to
has.
help?
And
to
thank you
help.
for your leadership to help on that front, Madam Chair.
Well, is it not true also that most people may not understand that many of these students will be graduating with regular degrees from our high school programs?
That's right.
Are strong, are educated, but need just that little bit of help to live away at college and experience this.
That's right. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Madam Chair, and thank you for your support. And Madam Speaker, I will yield the well and ask for the body's favorable consideration, House Bill 185.
Gentleman has yielded the well. For what purpose? No questions there. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 165, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 43. House Bill 43.
House Bill 43 by Representative Lim of the 98th, being titled an act to amend Article 7 of Chapter 12 of Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to protection of American Indian human remains and burial objects so as to revise the membership of the Council on American Indian Concerns.
Chair recognizes Representative Lim to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I rise to present House Bill 43, which regards our indigenous Americans in Georgia. You may recall, some of you, that we passed this bill unanimously out of the House last year and just ran out of time in the Senate. We have 3 state-recognized tribes here in Georgia: the Cherokee of Georgia in the southeast, the Lower Muskogee Creek Tribe in the southwest, and the Georgia Tribe of Eastern Cherokee in North Georgia. And this bill does 2 things. One, it ensures that these state-recognized tribes will always have representation on our state's Council on American Indian Concerns, which is under our Department of Natural Resources, DNR. And number 2, it updates the addresses for each of these tribes, which is often critical to their being properly found, as the committee quite found out. So these 3 tribes and the council requested this bill, which is also supported by DNR, and I am grateful to have continued to work with them. With that, Madam Speaker, I am happy to yield for questions.
You have no questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 164, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 298. House Bill 298.
House Bill 298 by Representative Daniel of the 117th, being titled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 12 of Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions regarding juries so as to provide for an exemption or a deferment from jury service for natural or adoptive mothers of children 6 months of age and younger. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Daniel to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I bring to you guys House Bill 298. This will provide an additional jury duty exemption for natural and adoptive parents for children who are 6 months of age and younger. The difference this bill codifies is that it does not require a parent to seek child care for their newborn. I ask for your favorable consideration and yield the will if there are any questions.
There are no questions. The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 163, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 436. House Bill 436.
House Bill 436 by Representative Corbett of the 174th, being titled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 2 of Chapter 4, Title 12 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to surface mining so as to revise maximum criminal penalties for violations. This bill having referred to the Committee on Natural Resources and Environment, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Corbett to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the House, I'll bring before you House Bill 436, LC 510312, and it is a pretty simple bill. I met with EPD to look at their fine structure when it comes to anything from water quality, air quality, any violations with that. And we got to the section on surface mining. That section, the fines had not been adjusted in many years when it comes to somebody if they willfully misrepresent any fact in any matter or part, or willfully gives false information in any application or report required by the EPD. The maximum fine that they could charge was $1,000. So what we're doing in this bill is raising that up to $10,000 per day, and each day counts as a separate occurrence. So it can compound daily, basically. So anyway, that's all we're doing in the bill, just raising the maximum amount that they are allowed to charge for someone that willfully violates, say, this section. So that's all the bill does, and I'd ask for your favorable consideration.
There are no questions.
I yield well. Thank you.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 164, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed.
Well, good afternoon. I had a really good nap, if you're wondering where I've been. As is my custom, I usually get one in the afternoon, so and y'all been messing with that lately, so Mr. Clerk, will you please read the caption to HB 460?
House Bill 460 by Representative Ballinger of the 23rd to be entitled an Act to Chapter 11 of Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to the Juvenile Code so as to provide for a child's right to legal representation in legitimation cases. This bill having referred to the Committee on Juvenile Justice, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair Lady Ballinger is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I present House Bill 460. It clarifies when a child is eligible for a court-appointed attorney in juvenile court. It just specifies that a child has an attorney in a legitimation proceeding, a temporary guardianship, is receiving extended care services from DFACS, and a child in DFACS custody under exceptional circumstances. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
There are no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 165, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 508? 508.
House Bill 508 by Representative Ballinger, the 23rd, to be entitled an Act to amend Code Section 16594 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to restraining orders and protective orders so as to provide that orders be served on a respondent within 24 hours of the court's issuance of such order. This bill having referred to the Committee on Juvenile Justice, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair Lady Ballinger is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring before you House Bill 508. Whenever a temporary protective order is filed, it specifies that the order should be served within 24 hours. That's all this bill does. There's no repercussions for our law enforcement if the temporary protective order is not served, but it just produces that shot clock to indicate that time is of the essence in serving these petitions. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Hearing no questions, I yield the well.
I'm sorry, would the lady yield for a question? I was a little slow on the draw.
I'll be more than happy to yield for a question.
For what purpose? Representative Maynard is recognized for a question. That's what we want to do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlewoman yield?
Yes, I do.
Is it not true that with this new bill that hopefully will get passed, once these TPOs are filed and they are not the proposed defendants are not served within this 24 hours, even though it's within the essence to do it, is it not further true that this will hopefully help law enforcement really serve these people so they will not have a lot of paperwork? Because you have to send people stuff to say they weren't served.
Yes.
Is that not true?
Yes.
That is the hope.
Lady has no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration.
The lady has yielded the well. Members, some of you were here when my friend up here was here with us as a member. So would you all welcome former Representative Regina Quick back to the House. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 167, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read the caption to HB 509.
House Bill 509 by Representative Ballinger, the 23rd to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 1671 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to burglary, so as to include an act of family violence as an element of such offense. This bill then referred to the Committee on Juvenile Justice. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair Lady Ballinger is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last one, I promise. House Bill 509 adds an act of family violence to the burglary statute. Right now, the burglary statute is narrowly curtailed to theft or a felony, and it adds an act of family violence. It only appeals, after number 3, you're a bit tired. It only includes offenses between current and former spouses, intimate and former romantic partners, or family members. So we're really trying to get at the heart of the intimate partner violence. That's the bill. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
You have a question.
Thank you. I'm happy to yield.
To your left, Representative Jasmine Clark is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlelady yield?
Yes, I do.
All right, so I thought I understood this bill, but maybe I misunderstood. So does this mean that an act of family violence?
The lady will suspend with her question just for a moment. There's 3 of us need to hear what she's saying, and I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I can't hear it. The lady is recognized to proceed with the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlelady yield again?
Yes, I will.
So does this say that an act of family violence is burglary? Is that how I'm reading it, or?
It will be covered under the burglary statute. Right now, if somebody kicks in your door and steals your toaster and walks out, they're guilty of burglary. Right now, if an intimate partner kicks in the door, beats the crap out of their former intimate partner, they're guilty of 2 crimes. They're guilty of battery and they're guilty of criminal trespass, 2 misdemeanors. This would elevate that offense to the level of a felony, punishable by 1 to 20. I think intimate partners are worth more than toasters.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to yield for any other questions.
You do have another question if you'll yield.
I'm happy to yield.
Representative Williams is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
To my friend I. Williams, of course.
I've enjoyed your colorful descriptions. This morning it was beating the snot out. This evening it's the crap. If you have another bill, it's really going to be interesting.
This is my last one today. Mr. Speaker, if there are no further questions.
No, there is one. I'm sorry. I tripped on the way back.
It's all good. It's all good.
Representative Miller is recognized for a question. She's
Thank
to the
you,
left.
Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlelady yield?
Yes, I do.
I am assuming that for purposes of this bill, the individual who is entering the home does not have authority to be there.
Yes.
In other words, it is not their home.
It is without authority.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Lady has no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 163, the nays 4. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read the caption to HB 406. 406.
House Bill 406 by Representative Jaspers to the 11th. To be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 2 of Title 46 and Chapter 1 of Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to jurisdiction of and powers and duties of the Georgia Public Service Commission generally and selling and other trade practices. This bill I referred to the Committee on Technology and Infrastructure Innovation. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The representative from Jasper, Georgia. Aren't you from Jasper? Yes, sir. Chairman, Rick Jaspers will present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 406 is the work of the Joint Commission on the Electrification of Transportation. I was very honored to have the opportunity to work on this game-changing issue in the state. You know, Senator Gooch and I co-chaired a joint study committee this year, had some great committee members, Chairman Powell, Chairman Parsons, Chairman Corbett. We added a couple of people, Representative Brad Thomas and Representative Spencer Fry, to help us. We created a 700-page document that I'll be glad to send you because the issue is giant and wide-ranging. You know, I have to recognize Catherine Russell, who was in the Senate Research Office at the time, now works for the Department of Ag, for really putting that together, and from House Budget and Research, Abby Day. You know, due to the Biden administration's focus on electric vehicles, manufacturers have invested in electric vehicles in a great way. You know, look at our state, you look at the announcements by the governor as they relate to electric vehicles, you know we're the leader. And the federal funding of the NEVI plan, which is the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Plan, will put chargers across this state in a great way. Georgia itself will receive $125 million over the next 5 years, $25 million this year, and for Plan Year 1, which has been approved by US DOT and is certainly underway right now. So knowing that all this was at our doorstep, that's why we had this meeting to act. You know, so our goal is to ensure that Georgia roads and bridges were adequately funded, and that meant the collection of excise tax on the sale of electricity for fuel, just like gasoline is right now. This is cutting edge. You know, as we worked on this, you know, we are the leaders, as we generally are on transportation issues in America. This bill does three things. It allows for the retail sale of electricity by others than Georgia Power or their EMCs. It creates a regulatory framework for electric vehicle chargers for safety, accuracy, and the location of them to make sure that we get our excise tax dollars. That's my number one goal. And then we also create the excise tax on electricity. At 16 pages, you have to thank Jenna Doley in Legislative Council. And there's also Madison in my office who's dealt with an incessant number of people in my office to work on this bill, because this touches just about everybody across the state. You look at Part 1, page 2, probably the most important part of the bill, because this language allows the owners of electric vehicle charging equipment to sell electricity by the kilowatt hour for the sole purpose of charging an electric vehicle. This language represents a very carefully crafted compromise between all parties that were negotiated last year on Chairman Powell's bill. And this also reflects the findings of the Commission on the electrification of transportation. I certainly want to thank Chairman Powell and Chairman Parsons for working on this agreement. Part 2, page 3, all the way through lines 222, is original gasoline code. So what we did is we took how we regulate fuels today, how it's sold, stored, everything, and carefully worded it, Legislative Council, to make it fit the use of electricity. On section 3, page 10, is the tax regulations part of it. We worked very carefully with the Department of Revenue on this section to make sure we accurately captured energy used in transportation and electricity, compressed air, liquefied natural gas, and even the future-looking hydrogen. And section 4 are the effective dates. And if you'll look, they're out there ways, because we've got to give an opportunity for the Department of Ag to scale up, for revenue to scale up, and for the charging station providers to make sure that they can do what we're going to ask them to do. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to work on this bill, and I'll be glad to answer any questions. Well, I got a second. You got something on your desk from the Georgia Chamber, but I just want to put a shout out to the Georgia Transportation Alliance. If you haven't worked with, you will in the future work with Seth Milliken and his group. They are great advocates for transportation all across our state, and I think you will appreciate getting to know them and the work that they do.
Gentlemen, yield.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Representative Jasmine Clark to your left has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
First, thank you for this bill. I just am curious because I know sometimes when I go to Target or when I go to certain places, there are already electric vehicle charging stations. How are they currently operating? How are they charging people, or are they free? How does this work?
There are both, ma'am. Some are free. The business is providing them free. Some are you buy it by time. 20, 30, 40-minute increments. This changes it. We want them all to be sold as power and taxed as power.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. Chairman Meeks, over to your right, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that electric semis will weigh approximately 15,000 more pounds than what current semis weigh today?
Absolutely.
Would the gentleman further yield?
Yes, sir.
Does that not mean, or is it not true that the drivers and the companies will either have to reduce their payload by 15,000 or weight limits will have to be addressed?
Hey. The gentleman is absolutely correct, and that's why, Chairman Meeks, we added hydrogen, because hydrogen will probably be the fuel of choice for heavy equipment and tractor moving.
Representative Tran is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the chairman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it true that this does not apply, there will not be a tax on vehicles charged at home?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for pointing that out. Currently a vehicle that's charged at home pays a fee. It's $210 and a few cents per year. So we're not touching that. They'll be able to still charge at home and take advantage of opportunities that some EMCs and Georgia Power may provide for charging in the midnight.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
The gentleman yield for 2 more questions.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Representative Fry is recognized for a question.
Mr. Chairman, yield.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Isn't it true that I'm honored to have served with you on that committee on such an important measure to advance this state into what I consider energy independence, which also equals economic independence from foreign bodies who might manipulate our fuel prices?
Absolutely, you're correct, and I appreciate your input all the way through this.
One more.
Yes, sir.
Representative Donahue of the 31st is recognized for a question.
Does a gentleman, my friend, yield?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Let me ask you the question here. When you go to Kroger and they're not charging you, the ones that are going to charge you like a meter base, do you know what the charge roughly is, or do they set their own charge?
Oh, they set their own charge, Representative. You know, it's a free market. You know, some are going to charge whatever they choose to.
Thank you.
You bet. If that's the last of the questions.
Yes, that's your last question, but if you'll stay there just for a moment.
Yes, sir.
Let me make 2 points, maybe 3. Just for planning purposes, as I know y'all are sending text messages out, we're going to finish this bill, and we're not going to take up any more bills today. We'll complete our business. But let me tell y'all something. I think most of y'all know this. Chairman Jaspers has spent untold hours working on these issues. And there's some other folks that are going to speak here in just a moment, but Chairman Jaspers, I can tell you we're indebted to you. I don't know if your bill's going to pass or not, but we're indebted to you for the work you've done here. So we appreciate you, and thank you for your presentation. And Mr. Chairman, appropriately today is proclaimed by the governor as Rivian Day in Georgia.
Wait. Well,
thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman yields well. Chairman Parsons is recognized to speak to the bill. Chairman Parsons has also been very involved and spent many untold hours as well. Thank you, Chairman Parsons.
Thank you, Speaker Burns. I'm just going to be very brief. I know we're up against the clock anyway, but I did just a couple of things. First of all, I want to ask everyone to vote for this bill. It's a good bill. And I want to thank Chairman Jaspers for his hard work on the bill and also his hard work as a co-chairman of that committee or commission we had over the interim. A lot of time spent in that and a lot of hard work, and I appreciate it. It's a complex issue, and we've done a really good job coming to some answers. There's a lot of other things that have to be answered, but I think at where it's at right now, we have some good policy here to look at and consider and vote affirmatively on. I just feel like I would be remiss, actually, if I didn't mention the committee that I chair, the EUT, Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunications Committee. And they worked hard on this issue last year. We had Chairman Powell's bill last year that I think actually the one section of this bill came primarily from that bill that we had last year as far as selling the retail sale of electricity by the kilowatt hour. And there were some other issues in that too that I think are going to be looked at, and hopefully there's some communication, some conversation about that right now. I'd also like to mention Chairman Chokas. I don't know if he's back there or not. Chairman Chokas had a bill on, there he is. He had a bill on the same issue last year, and he put in a lot of work on it. And he had a bill also on the same issue as far as the retail sale of electricity by the kilowatt hour. He put in work on that and basically came up with the same language. So I want to thank him for that. And with that, I would just say that our committee did some hard work on that, listened to a lot, hours and hours and hours of testimony on this last year. And as I mentioned before, I have a background. My background's in telecommunications and signal, and I spent about 20 years in the reserves as an NCO non-commissioned officer. As a non-commissioned officer, one thing you do is you take care, you have to take care of the people that you work with. That's just part of being an NCO. And that's one reason I wanted to definitely mention the folks on that committee last year, because they did a really good job, put in a lot of work. And the last thing is, this is a good bill, and I thank Chairman Jaspers for it, and I ask you to vote for it. Thank you. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well, and thank you for your work on this issue, Chairman Parsons. You spent many hours as well. Chairman Alan Powell, who also was involved in spending a lot of hours and making sure this bill did exactly what we needed to. Chairman Powell, recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not a whole lot that I can add to what Chairman Jaspers has said. Let me tell you something. I would commit this bill to you. You know, this is groundbreaking. Last year I got involved, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say thanks to a lot of folks. Chairman Parsons and his committee, his Vice Chairman, Representative Gullett, and so many of his members. You know, we got into the mix on this last year, that we knew that this was coming, and as y'all all know, the powers that be in the federal government and the public policies of this country are changing. And I realized at that point we had such an intricate part in, that there's going to be at stake. We had the MCs, we had Georgia Power, and we all understand business in this state. We understand it's about winners and losers, and all of these different entities, they were salivating at the lips who was going to try to get a monopoly as best they could or get over on the other one. And so it's picking winners and losers. Thanks to Chairman Parson and his committee members, it was bipartisan about some of the things that we talked about, was to prohibit monopolies, to do things like the sale of power by the KW, because you're fixing to see a change of this country. As this idea about electric vehicles moves forward, you know, I'd said last year I had some concerns. Being an old convenience store guy in an earlier life, I see things that are going to change with this EV. But EV is not going to be the final solution. It's only going to be part of the solution to our energy problems in the future. I personally think that it's going to be minor. I think right now that everything that we've seen is with all the federal grants and all the money and all the people who want to get into the charging business, and I suspect at some point you're going to be riding down the highway the way I have in my past, and you're going to see these popsicle sticks spread across the horizon of this great state and country, and it's going to be EV chargers that are obsolete, because I have full faith in the research and development of a lot of the companies, whether it's hydrogen or compress this or compress that or propane, and you know, you're going to see other forms of energy that are going to be powering this nation. But you can rest assured on one thing, that it's going to change the makeup. A lot of those stores that rely on gasoline products today, a lot of them are going to have to retool. They're going to have to figure out other sources of revenue. They're going to have to figure out food service. They're going to figure out shopping or whatever. Because the American public, is not in our nature to go and sit on our fannies for 30 minutes while you get a charge to get on down the road another 150 miles. That's just not the nature of this country. I just don't believe it will be in the future. But that being said, I want to commend, and we've all given him a round of applause, and I think that's very fitting, because he put in a yeoman's job on this committee this year. We traveled around bits and parts of the state, and we did all this stuff, but the openness of the mind, and he kept focused on the bottom line to this. And the bottom line was, how do we change the formula from motor fuel tax to kilowatt hours? I'm not sure it's all going to work, but I know it's a step forward, and it's pretty revolutionary in where we're going, and I think he needs to be given all full credit for that. And to all the members of the committee that weighed in on this. So, ladies and gentlemen of the House, I would certainly commend you to vote for this bill. If nothing else, that board should probably be the greenest board that I've seen since this morning. I laughed to myself. I told Donna, the doorkeeper, I looked up at the board this morning and I saw the greenest board I'd ever seen this time. I mean, hardly nobody was missing on whatever that issue was. But that's what this bill is. This is a bill and a step in the right direction. It's a bill to get us prepared for the future. and I would certainly recommend you vote for this bill. Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Representative Brad Thomas is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll make sure to keep this short. I was proud to serve on the Joint Committee for Electrification and Transportation. I actually didn't make the first cut of the committee. My fine chairman over here actually helped me get onto the committee, and I'm very grateful for that. And I rise in support of HB 406. This bill, it codifies sound and practical policies for fuels of tomorrow, specifically electricity, hydrogen, and some other alternative fuels. You know, it's our responsibility to provide an economy that allows for all fuel sources to be made available and let the consumer decide what's best for them. I actually drive a four-wheel drive truck every day. I got a 68 Camaro I take out on the weekends when it's sunny. And I'm not what the EV industry would identify as like a likely customer, but my job isn't here to protect my fuel source. My job here is to allow for the free market system to operate and allow for people to have the choice of fuel, and this bill does that. One thing people don't realize is electric cars can be powered not only by the power stored in their battery, but through hydrogen via hydrogen fuel cell technology. This bill addresses fuel diversity and lays groundwork for future alternative fuels. I believe our roads are for the use of everyone, but I also believe that everyone should pay their fair share. This bill addresses that. Finally, I believe that the consumer should be protected from bad actors who may not be providing the charging power that they're saying that they're actually charging. This bill addresses that. So I want to once again commend Chairman Jaspers. Like I said, the one thing you'll note, it says joint committee. That means he had to work with senators. I feel like he deserves another whole applause for that. But otherwise, I ask for your favorable consideration, and I yield well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Representative Silcox rise?
Rise to make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to motion that House Bill 571 be removed from the Human Relations and Aging Committee and moved over.
The lady will suspend. I thought you had another motion. I'll recognize you for that motion in just a minute.
Pardon me.
Thank you. Have all members now voted? I think they have. So the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 161, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Congratulations. Yesterday, we postponed House Bill 212 until today. We're going to postpone House Bill 212 again until tomorrow, the next legislative day. We will also, House Bill 273 will be postponed to the next legislative day. House Bill 244 will be postponed to the next legislative day. House Bill 295 will be postponed to the next legislative day. And House Bill 362 will be postponed to the next legislative day. We'll move on now to afternoon orders. Chairman Bonner is recognized for an afternoon order.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this afternoon just to recognize a great Georgian and a great American. Yesterday at Dobbins, we said goodbye to Major General Tom Grabowski and said congratulations to Major General Kanata Crumley, who is our new Major General of the Air National Guard. He's been a member of the Guard since 2004, and among his many accomplishments and accolades, probably the best thing I can say about him is that he is a proud constituent of House District 73. So let's congratulate, it goes by the call sign of Deuce. Let's congratulate our new Commander of the Air National Guard.
Congratulations, General. Chair Lady Cooper is recognized for an afternoon order. I think Chair Lady Cooper. Chair Lady Sharon Cooper is recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today was Alzheimer's Awareness Day. I think you've been seeing them in the hall and hopefully have talked to some of them. As I've said to you, Alzheimer's and diabetes are going to break this country if we don't find something to help with both those issues, and it's very important that we be aware of this. It's going to affects about 1 in 3 American seniors. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the ladies and gentlemen that came to talk to us.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Representative Buckner is recognized for an afternoon order. Representative Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, March is Women's History Month, and in conjunction with that, I wanted to highlight a particular woman from Georgia and tell you about something special that is in the works. Mary Musgrove, who is from the Savannah area, was a daughter of an English trader and a Native American woman, and she understood many cultures and many different languages. And she became the negotiator between English and Native American communities and was known as being the interpreter for James Oglethorpe. She did this throughout her life and helped negotiate many of the treaties that made us become the state of Georgia. And so what is happening
Lady will suspend.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you. What is happening is in 2026, the United States of America will be 250 years old. And in relation to that situation or that party or that celebration, there are people who would like to have a statue of a Native American person on the grounds of the Capitol, and Mary Musgrove is under consideration. So hopefully that will happen, and if you can help with that, they would welcome your help. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Thank you for that announcement. We have one last afternoon order. I want y'all to pay attention to this one. This was really groundbreaking. This is important not only to Georgia, but it's important to mankind. Chair Lady Houston is recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you. I had some exciting news today, and I was going to ask them to come after they told me, but they got away from the Capitol. But when I told Mr. Speaker about the news, he said, well, why don't you just share it with everybody? Well, today I had a visit from Dr. Lisa Nolan and a group from the Georgia Veterinarian School. And we had a nice talk, and they got ready to leave, and they gave me a little jar of honey. And she told me that the honey was made at the University of Georgia Veterinarian School, and that a person at the veterinarian school has discovered a vaccine for honeybees. And you know, all over the world we're having trouble with honeybees dying. And the vaccine was discovered and made at the University of Georgia Veterinarian School. And she went on to tell me, and I did not know this, and that a company from California has moved to Athens to produce the vaccine. And I am just so proud of them and for what they've done. And as a little footnote, Tara Burkhalter is my budget analyst, and she came in to talk about the budget. And so I told her about the discovery that they'd made at the University of Georgia. And Tara said, well, did they come and ask for money? And Dr. Nolan said, no, we didn't need any money. We just did that. And so they are going to be on Good Morning America. And they've had an article about them in the New York Times, but didn't feature too much about the veterinarian school. But the veterinarian school is what did it. And then they've got a call today from a TV station out in France, you know, Parlez-vous français, France. and so it's just big news, and this is just world changing, and I'm so proud of the vet school, and I hope we can have them here one day, this session, and I just wanted to share it with y'all before you saw it on TV. So
Chair Lady, I have a question.
Thank you.
Chair Lady, I have a question. I hope that this doesn't also work on Yellow Jackets.
Okay.
We need them to.
I think this is to make the bees live, Mr. Speaker. There's some kind of, my son-in-law raises honeybees, so I know I've heard a lot about them dying in droves, and we depend on bees so much in the farming thing. And I forgot to say that Farm Bureau went to the veterinarian school and wanted to know about if they could do something to help. So a shout out for Farm Bureau for asking it.
Thank you for sharing that with us. That's huge. That's huge. Now we'll recognize Representative Silcox. For what purpose does Representative Silcox rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I make a motion that we move House Bill 571 from the Human Relations and Aging Committee to the Public Health Committee, and both chairmen are in agreement.
Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 571 by Representative Silcox, the 53rd, and others be titled an act to amend Article 8 of Chapter 6 and Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to Alzheimer's and related dementia state plan.
On the lady's motion that HB 571 be withdrawn from the Human Relations and Aging Committee and be recommitted to the Public Health and Community Health Committee, is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. For what purpose does Representative Camp rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
Wish to have HB 615 transferred from judiciary non-civil to intergovernmental coordination.
Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 615 by Representative Smith of the 70th and others to be entitled an act to amend the act continuing the State Court of Coweta County approved May 17, 2004.
On the lady's motion that HB 615 be withdrawn from the Judiciary Committee and recommitted to the Intergovernmental Coordination Committee, is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. For what purpose does Representative Donahue rise?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to just tell the chair lady here, thank you, I'm a beekeeper. And with that, I tattoo every one of my bees. Does that mean I have to recapture each one and give them the vaccine?
With a very tiny needle. Yes, sir. That's what that means. I think we've collected all the honey we can on that one today. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions?
Honoring life and memory of Dr. Norman H. Thomas, Sr. Honoring the life and memory of Lloyd T. Lewis. Honoring the life and contributions of Dr. Jan Joseph. Honoring the life and contributions of Mayor David Still. Honoring the life and contributions of Mayor Trey King. Recognizing the leadership Gwinnett class of 2022 for their impact and their leadership. Congratulating and commending Joanne Cumming for receiving the 2023 Yellow Rose Nikki T. Randall Service Leader Award. Commending the City of College Park and recognizing February 15, 2023 as College Park Day at the state capitol. Recognizing and commending the Coalition for Global Hepatitis Elimination. Recognizing and commending Lieutenant Carlos F. Ortiz upon his retirement. Recognizing the Georgia Speech Language Hearing Association. Recognizing and commending Reverend Dr. Albert Paul Brinson. Commending the Big Haynes Creek Nature Center located at the Georgia International Horse Park. Recognizing and commending Nettie Jackson. Recognizing and commending the Elbert Franklin Hart Madison County Unit on being named the Georgia Forestry Commission 2022 North Georgia Unit of the Year. Commending and congratulating the Conyers Cherry Blossom Festival for its outstanding efforts. Recognizing the week of March 11th, 13th through 19th, 2023 is Brain Awareness Week in Georgia. Recognizing the Georgia Academy of Audiology. Celebrating Spectrum Autism Support Group's 25th anniversary and recognizing its provision of support and education. Commending the Emergency Medical Services Professionals of Georgia and recognizing March 2nd, 2023 as Emergency Medical Services Recognition Day at the state capitol. Honoring the athletic achievements of Beaufort High School. Honoring the inaugural year of Seekinger High School and its innovative artificial intelligence education. Honoring the academic and athletic success of Mountain View High School. Honoring the academics and athletic success at Decula High School. And honoring the contribution and leadership of Gwinnett Chief of Police J.D. McClure. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privileged resolutions.
Is there any objection to adopting the privileged resolutions? Chair hears none, and the resolutions are adopted. One more. For what purpose does Representative Chuck Martin rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Really?
Yes, sir.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, your goal is to run an efficient House, and in following that, isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, that rather than make an announcement, I would just say, isn't it true, higher ed is going to meet immediately on adjournment?
I guess you could subvert the system and do that, but I won't recognize you next time. You're off the list. If you didn't know it, Betsy just took you off the list. If the gentleman so speaks, I'm sure he knows that that's happening right now. Let's see, we're on to announcements. Chairman Meeks is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Budget and Fiscal Affairs Committee will meet in the morning, 8 a.m., CLOB 406. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Jasmine Clark is recognized for an announcement. Here she is.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The housing, the public hearing on housing will be postponed to a later date.
Chairman Werkheiser is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Industry and Labor Committee is going to meet tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, CLOB 515. Thank you.
Chairman Hawkins recognized for an announcement.
The Committee on Health will meet upon adjournment in room CAP 403.
Chairman Noel Williams is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Banks and Banking will meet immediately upon adjournment in 406 CLOB. 406 CLOB.
Chairman Alan Powell is recognized for an announcement.
To the members of regulated industries, we have canceled this afternoon's meeting, and it'll be rescheduled for tomorrow. And if you just keep tabs on your email. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman John LaHood is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Governmental Affairs Committee members, we're going to meet immediately after Higher Ed vacates room 606 in the CLOB. Governmental Affairs, 606 CLOB, immediately after Higher Ed.
Chairman Tyler Paul Smith is recognized for an announcement.
Mr. Speaker, we get 40 days in session, so members of the Home Subcommittee of Judiciary Non-Civil will meet upon adjournment, and then full committee will follow after. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Collins is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your House Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee will be meeting momentarily in CLOB 506. We got a few pieces of legislation. Come early. Let's get them knocked out so we can go home. Thank you.
The Majority Leader of this House is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House stand in recess until 5 p.m. and thereafter be adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, March 2nd, 2023.
On the motion of the Majority Leader that this House stand in recess until 5 p.m. today and then stand adjourned until Thursday, March the 2nd, 2023 at 10 a.m. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. We're adjourned. We're in recess and then adjourned.